Good morning. My name is Sarah Fossils. I serve as the board administrator for the Texas State Board of Examiners of Marriage and Family Therapists. This is a meeting of that board. Welcome this morning. I'd like to call the roll for Dr. Merchant,
Present.
Dr. Barty,
Here.
Dr. Elder.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Francis,
Presently here.
Mrs. Husband Thompson,
Here.
Pastor Skoma.
Did that come through? Present?
There you go. Thank you. Mrs. Smith
I'm here.
and Chaplain Stodlin.
Present.
Thank you very much. Chair Merchant, I hand it over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so our first item is approval of the minutes from the April 16th meeting. So is there any discussion over the minutes? If not, can I have a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the minutes.
Okay, can I get a second?
I second that movement.
Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, motion passes. Okay, agenda item number 2. Board review and possible action regarding appeals of application for licensure denials. And we have two cases before us. And so our Mr. Malley or Miss Roberts, are either of those people in attendance with us today, Sarah?
I see Mr. Malley. I see Attorney Ellis, who represents Dr. Roberts, but I don't see Dr. Roberts.
Okay. Then why don't we go ahead and hear from Mr. Malley? We have reviewed, well, how does it, I'm sorry, remind me how it works with the video conferencing. Will we be able to see him or?
I believe he'll just be able, we'll just be get his audio, but we'll see. And I think Attorney Brian will have a kind of a synopsis for you first, and then we'll call upon Mr. Malley.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Here, Merchant. I think we can promote them to panelists so that you can see them.
Okay. If that's possible, that'd be great.
Yeah,
But-
let me see if I can do that.
Attorney Brian, you want to give us a synopsis?
Yes, ma'am. So Mr. Malley is an LMFT associate applying for full licensure. His application has been denied by staff and he's now appealing the denial to the board. There are 3 main reasons that his application was denied. First, there were numerous discrepancies that were identified between his supervised experience forms and supervision logs. Even though he has reported enough hours to qualify for licensure, staff has concerns because every mistake and discrepancy identified turned out in favor of Mr. Malley rather than being random. Second, there's reason to believe that Mr. Malley may have continued to practice after his license became delinquent. On 10 separate occasions while Mr. Malley's license was delinquent, supervision reports show clinical supervision case review. So we're not sure what cases he was reviewing if he wasn't practicing. And finally, there's an open complaint against Mr. Malley. In 2014, an agreed order was executed after Mr. Malley practiced with an expired license. He then failed to comply with the agreed order. Now, a third complaint has been filed because Mr. Malley has again failed to comply with an agreed order. The options the board has today are to accept the application, deny it, or issue an eligibility order with conditions. Mr. Malley has continually demonstrated that he is unable to follow rules and board orders. Therefore, it is the recommendation of the staff that either the application be denied or an eligibility order be executed requiring a minimum 2-year probated suspension, weekly supervision with quarterly reports, CEs and record keeping, an administrative fine, and anything else that the board deems proper. We would also recommend that Mr. Malley be required to find a new supervisor. That's all I got.
Thank you so much. Mr. Malley, you'll have a max of 10 minutes to kind of state your position.
Well, first of all, thank you to the board for listening to my appeal. I suppose you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Um, I did address, and I realized that most of the time you guys want some new information. I did address all the concerns via email. I don't feel that at this point there's necessarily something new, but I will say I'd like to say a few things to share with you all. Although my wife last week said she would rather give birth than anxiously waiting for my license. I know these comments are not about her, but my life and struggle and future includes her and I. I cannot express enough the importance of this license for our future to help others with the talents we have. The short version. I know this is about whether I did the work to meet the requirements for probation and for my full license. Ms. Fassels and Attorney Clark have received all the paperwork needed and I have had no other questions or concerns presented.
Oops.
Sarah, it might help if Mr. Malley cuts his video. That's going to burn a lot of his bandwidth if he's having bandwidth constraints.
Okay. Mr. Malley, we've lost your video and audio. If you can hear me, can you turn off your video? Looks like we lost them altogether.
Sarah, I guess maybe we want to maybe see if he logs back in.
I'd suggest just moving on to the next one, and then if he logs back in, we'll circle back to him.
Okay, that sounds like a plan to me. Okay, then Dr. Roberts and Attorney Ellis.
Yes, good morning. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here. This is Amanda Ellis. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Roberts. We're both here. We want to thank the board. I don't know if Mr. Clark is going to kind of give you an idea of what we're here for.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and let Attorney Clark.
I'll do that. So briefly, Dr. Roberts and her attorney, Amanda Ellis, are appealing the Licensing Standards Committee's July 12th, 2019 determination to not grant waiver of statutorily mandated supervised experience requirements for LMFT license. Instead, the committee acknowledged Dr. Roberts had documented satisfaction of associate license and instructed staff to issue the associate license and apply the current law and rules. In July 2019, the committee declined to declare 388 self-reported private practice, couple and family hours and hours supervising others as substantially equivalent to licensed associate accruing hours under an LMFT supervisor. We received Amanda Ellis's appeal on behalf of Dr. Roberts prior to the transition to the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council. Upon transition to the council's attorney opined that we needed an open application. So an application was submitted by Dr. Roberts. It was reviewed by staff according to council rules. Staff declined the application, citing for Dr. Roberts the July 12th, 2019 committee's determination to credit her with 3,000 total hours and 1,500 direct hours for her experience documented as a licensed professional counselor since June 16th of 1997. However, the committee did not find equivalency toward the 750 direct hours to couple families with 200 supervision hours and 100 hours of individual supervision as required by statute at that time. On September 1 of 2019, the statute was changed from requiring 750 direct hours to couples and families to a minimum number established by council rules. However, the 200 supervision hours and the 100 individual hours remain a statutory requirement. On November 2nd, 2020, we received Dr. Roberts' application. Staff documented receiving a supervised experience verification form signed by Supervisor Minix and Dr. Roberts. On this form, Supervisor Minix attested to Dr. Roberts' completion of 43 individual supervision hours and 67 direct hours to couples and families. However, this does not meet the requirements for licensure, so her license was denied. In the supplemental materials that we received for Dr. Roberts' appeal from Attorney Ellis, there is a letter from Supervisor Minix dated June 15th. The letter, it's an unsigned letter, but it states that Dr. Roberts completed 75 hours of supervision. It does not indicate how many of those hours were individual. It also states that Dr. Roberts completed 105 direct client hours to couples and families. Staff may not accept an unsigned letter. Staff may only accept the verification form that's approved by the council. Staff requests the board's consideration of Dr. Roberts' appeal and either correction to staff's evaluation of Dr. Roberts' application for LMFT or confirmation that staff has correctly applied the laws and rules of its assessment of Dr. Roberts' application. At this time, Attorney Ellis and Dr. Roberts, if you'd like to address the board, we have 10 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the good synopsis too. That saves us some time today. Dr. Roberts is here. She's been a clinician for over 24 years. She's an LPC supervisor. A large majority of her practice between private practice and supervising individuals. She's also very busy teaching at the seminary in Southwest, where she's been since the fall of 18. She was previously teaching at St. Ed's. She teaches marriage and family therapy courses. She's also at Pacifica Graduate Institute, was traveling certainly before the pandemic, and spends a lot of time educating and training this new generation of therapists. And what she's trying to do today is she really, we've got a dearth of supervisors out there for LMFT candidates. And to have somebody of her experience that is being, as Dr. Minix, now Dr. St. David has verified, is being trained in AMFT core competencies, approaches things with a systemic clinical approach, possesses this kind of expertise and experience. We're just asking that you credit the remaining hours so that she can move on and be able to provide those services. Dr. Minix could not be here, but she did provide you all with a recorded statement attesting to that fact that there's a need and that she truly feels, having both worked with Dr. Roberts as well as being her supervisor, that she possesses all the requisite experience and expertise and those skills needed. We are currently, and we can certainly get a signed verification form for the latest hours, just so you know where she is right now. She's had 112 direct contact hours. She is at 78 supervision hours. All of her supervision is individual. And if you look at what we have attempted to document with a letter from Carolyn Middleburg for a training that she did from 2009 to 2011, she's got 157 hours there, 257, excuse me, in her private practice over from 13 to 20, just alone, we could document 388 direct contact hours. And we ask that the board lean into what I see you all began to decide in January, which is to, adopt a new rule that permits waiver or modification of some of those requirements, particularly in the area of the pandemic, because the pandemic has certainly adversely impacted Dr. Roberts' ability to get couples and family therapy direct contact hours, because as we know, we've got a downtick in that with telehealth and some of the financial constraints for individuals in doing these things. With that, you all have heard from me, and I know that you most likely have questions for Dr. Roberts about what she's been doing and why she's seeking this. And so with that, please, if you have any questions for Dr. Roberts.
Okay, I'll open it up to the board for questions or deliberations.
Real quick clarification. So to date, is there a total number of hours that have been accrued? I know you've said this has been added, this has been added, this has been added. Is there a total number that have been accrued in these different categories that speaks to the requirements?
The board has officially, on the correct forms, only 67 reported, with 43 hours of individual supervision and 67 hours of direct. But Attorney Ellis just noted that she's actually done up to 112 direct hours and 78 individual supervision hours.
May I ask, if these hours were appropriately verified, would that put Dr. Roberts over that limit, or would there still be a requirement? And
The requirement is 500 couple and family hours, 100 individual supervision, 200 total supervision.
So is the Dr. Minnick's, this is just for my clarification as well, the Dr. Minnick's letter, is the issue that it's not verified, or just even if it is verified, there's just still not enough hours?
It's unsigned.
Okay.
Staff can only accept data that's reported on the council approved form.
Okay.
And it indicates a number of supervision hours, but does not indicate what of that number is individual supervision hours.
So that's pretty easy to take care of, but that's still not going to get us all the way.
It appears.
Thank you.
So why now? Like why Dr. Roberts, are you applying for your LMFT now after, I guess just why now?
Well, why now is because in my career, I have moved more and more towards teaching. And I am a supervisor for my LPC. I want to get my MFT, a full licensure MFT, so that I can enter the AAMFT supervisory course, which will take another year, so that I can become an MFT supervisor to include in my practice and bring in more of the newer therapists for supervision and training.
Okay, thank you.
This is my, excuse me.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ma'am, I've read the material as the board has, and I've heard your story, and you are actually asking the board to waive its requirements for you. And being an academician that you are, someone comes in and says, I have 20 years of experience, I have a master's, give me a PhD. Would you do that?
Of course not.
Okay. So with your vast experience in other areas, and LMFT being a specialization in family therapy with requirements to protect the citizens of the great state of Texas, how would we explain that to citizens who say, well, wait a minute, you have these rules, but someone says, oh, I'm doing something else, I have a doctorate, congratulations, but make me an exemption, and I should do that. How do we explain it to the citizens of the great state of Texas?
Yes, I get your point, but I can speak to that in that I do have all of the academic requirements for an MFT. What I'm posing here for you today is that I have in my career over 24 years as an LPC, have practiced. I have done many couples and family sessions under my LPC. I have completed all of the additional academic requirements, and I have taught an assessment and techniques class at the master's level, assessment and techniques for marriage and family therapy. So I have some miles on me concerning MFT education, the core competencies. As you can see there, I've been under supervision with Dr. St. David, which used to be Dr. Minix. So I am bathed in systemic theory, systemic thinking. I approach all of my clients, all of my work from a systemic lens, whether it's individuals or couples. And what I'm saying, what I'm offering the people of Texas is the equivalent experience in education. I'm not offering or asking of them something that I have not earned.
Mr. Soberlin, if it's helpful, I see your point. We want consistency and you want those high standards that MFTs are held to. I think the difference in the example between I've got a master's, give me a PhD, is in this case, we're asking, she's done these direct contact hours in the course of her private practice. She just didn't do them starting at the point that she got her LMFTA. What we're asking is that you find equivalency and documentation of hours that were accomplished prior to the issuance of the LMFTA from 2013 to 2020, that she's done these hours. She just didn't have the LMFTA when she was doing some of these between 2013 and 2020. And I think that's the difference in this example. If you needed assurance that you're protecting the public.
My assurance is that we have these requirements, and given her academic background is tremendous. However, the requirements are to protect the citizens of the great state of Texas, not the equivalency, but the directness of it. And it's like, you haven't been to Afghanistan, and so forgive me for my military, comparatively speaking, here example. I've been to Afghanistan, and although I had 25 years of experience, most with the United States Marine Corps, I still had to go through the combat pre-deployment training, not the equivalency, the physical, the mental, all of that, because of the responsibilities that I carried being the command chaplain of 39 nations of the world. There was no equivalency. It was either you do this combat pre-deployment training or you don't, because other people depend on your decisions. So my point here is that while it is tremendous that the academic background is tremendous, unquestionable, but the requirements can't be waived. It has to be done, because if we do this, it sets a dangerous precedent. And you being an attorney understand precedent. So we want to be careful about that. At that, Madam Chair, I'll yield.
I appreciate your point and thank you for your service. I want to be very clear, however, we are not asking for equivalency on the basis of academics. We are stating that during the course of her actual delivery of private practice, that she has had far more than 500 direct contact hours providing couples and family therapy. I just want to make sure that that point is clear.
Let's hear from Dr. Barty and then from Director Spinks.
Can you remind me, when was your LMFT associate or intern license originally issued?
2019.
I'm sorry.
Pardon?
2018, I believe, or 19.
2019.
2019.
2019?
Yes.
So you received your LMFT associate in 2019,
Correct.
and you can renew 2 times you have a total of 6 years to accumulate the hours that you're looking for. Right? I mean,
Yes.
Okay. So along that path right now, have you renewed your LMFT associate license? Has the first?
It's a first renewal come out.
Well, no, I had to resubmit an application for this waiver, and I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but it looked like I have not had a renewal yet. What I'm saying.
Okay.
If that's your question.
So generally speaking, number one, I appreciate your experience, your expertise, alongside obtaining another mental health license in the state of Texas, and I appreciate that and your work in doing that. However, this mental health license in the state of Texas does have requirements. And if you've met the requirements to become an LMFT associate, then you follow the same pattern that every other LMFT associate does. You accumulate your direct hours, your indirect hours, your supervised hours, and you have up to 6 years to acquire all of that. So that's what this mental health license does. And we don't interface with any other licensing boards. I mean, I'm not sure how to do that other than saying, it sounds like you're on your way to accumulate everything that you need to accumulate in the regular routine process without necessarily having to ask for life credit or experience credit, which is, I don't believe there's anything in our rules that accommodates that.
Mr. Spence?
Dr. Barty just hit on what I guess I'm certainly sympathetic, Doc, to your situation. I'm not aware of a rule, a procedural mechanism that allows us to waive the requirements or substitute the experience you've pointed out for the requirements of the rule. Amanda, is there some rule in particular that y'all are relying upon that would allow the board to do that?
We know it's unprecedented. We also know you've got a new rule up for adoption with respect to taking into account a waiver or modification of some of the requirements due to the pandemic. Even if some of the hours with respect to the direct contact hours, that has certainly been slowed down in trying to obtain those hours. We just don't have those folks coming in as often for these as they do for individual therapy. If there could be any consideration into that, because that's been really a slow go. And, you know, again, if there is any discretion that the board could exercise with respect to some of those hours, that would at least get this very experienced, very capable practitioner out there working as a supervisor sooner rather than later.
Dr. Elder?
I was just simply going to add that I understand that the couples and family hours are always the most difficult to get. I think that's the thing that typically snags up almost every applicant. However, I don't think that this particular appeal for denial and appeal for waiver would fall under the pandemic exception that we're about to ratify, because I have heard from many clinicians as well as experienced that couples are more willing to come in using telehealth because they can do it sitting at their desk right now, take a break from work for an hour, chime in, do their session, and head back to their day. And so I'm not exactly sure that is applicable in this case. That's all I wanted to add.
Okay, any other final comments from the board before we maybe hear a motion?
Chair Merchant, I just wanted to kind of echo what my colleagues have said. And I know that this is difficult. Everybody that sits on this board has gotten this exact same license. We've had to go through the exact same trouble. I like the fact that you have obviously dedicated and you have definitely a heart for systemic theories. I do, however, feel this is a huge slippery slope for us to begin to grant this when you're not running out of time. You've just got your LMFTA in 2019. So you have lots of time to continue to finish to actually do this. And frankly, I am concerned that you would ask us for this and then want to supervise LMFT students if you are so willing to ask for an exception and to bend a rule. So I would encourage you to keep working. You have lots more, you have four more years, renew your LMFTA and keep accruing your hours, get things signed. I'm probably one of the hardliners on the board that I still wish we were doing 750 instead of 500. So I would look at it as, yay, I've got 250 less that I have to do, instead of looking at, oh my gosh, I have so many more. So I will yield the floor with that. And I appreciate you, Dr. Roberts, in continuing to see couples and families in a systemic way.
Dr. Elder?
Just to add, just to kind of piggyback on my colleagues, I believe that the exception that we are about to ratify regarding a disaster declaration, that was put in place specifically because of the hardship that has been placed on associates who are trying to accrue those hours. And we have that 500 limit on hours via teletherapy. And so it was not designed to be an exception to the couples and family hours. It was designed to be an exception to the 500 telehealth hours. And so that is yet another reason why I would say, please continue your application. Please continue the process. We need you and your expertise in this field. I love that you said I'm bathed in systemic thinking, because that is what we need, is clinicians who can not only think and work with clients in that way, but teach that particular paradigm to new clinicians. And so please continue, but I really don't think that that exception or waiver applies here.
Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to deny this request.
I second.
Okay. So we have Mr. Francis has made a motion and Ms. Smith has seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Any opposed, same sign. And the motion passes. Dr. Roberts, I do encourage you, please stick with it. Please don't be discouraged. I know that this can be a long process, and it sounds like you are extremely busy. And I know that sometimes for our PhD students, or not students, but professors, it can become, I don't know, it can just sometimes become overwhelming and discouraging, but please don't. Just stick with it. Keep doing what you're doing, keep getting the hours, and hopefully we will see you in a couple of years and able to issue you your full license.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay. Ms. Fasshold, have we heard from Mr. Malley?
Thought I saw him on the attendee. There he is. So I'm promoting to a panelist. Mr. Malley, can you hear me? Here you are. You froze when you were muted. You froze when you were giving your address to the board. So if you would turn off your video, but keep your mic on so we can hear you, we might be able to get through your entire address to the board. And okay. If you would limit that to 10 minutes, and then the board can have discussion or if they have any questions with you. So go ahead, Mr. Malley.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I usually don't have trouble with the connection, but obviously that's what happened. Okay, so so back where I was with I appreciate all the efforts made by Ms. Fassels through these years to read my perspective, gather the information, and support me. Great professionalism, abiding by the rules, of course. And in 2015, oh, I'm sorry, I got out of order there. Here, let me begin from. I'm not sure if you heard it all of where I was. Okay, so I know this is about whether I did the work to meet the requirements for probation and for my full license. Ms. Fassels and Attorney Clark have received all the paperwork needed and have had no other questions or concerns presented to me. I confidently can say I submitted the additional information necessary to prove that I have fulfilled these requirements, which included complete numbers and dates involved. Before you give your response or questions, please let me say a few more things. I have chosen not to focus on my first impressions of this long journey that began in 2012 with my LMFT associate license. For the first year or so, I endured the what if game of if I had just submitted my first renewal for my associate license in 2014 before completing the CEUs. I asked myself who would have known that I had not yet completed the CEUs and maybe I would not get audited. Of course, this was the attitude, the thoughts that anyone goes through when they make mistakes. I would have known, obviously, and that's not obviously not good with me. I appreciate all the efforts made by Ms. Fassos through these years to read my perspective and then support me with great professionalism, abiding by the rules. In 2015, I took ownership for the CEUs to complete them before submitting my first renewal. Months later, I did submit the renewal with CEUs complete but late. I submitted the late fees according to the fee schedule and expected to receive my renewal soon. In my mind, I saw those months with an expired license, aside from numerous stressors in family, almost the same as the time where I failed to renew my vehicle registration for almost a month. I was asked if I had received any tickets from the police, and I had not. I paid the additional fee and was given my vehicle registration sticker. I quickly learned that I had missed some important rules as I had misrepresented myself and my supervisor and family services, as well as having practice with diagnosing clients during this time with an expired license. These mistakes I had to own, regardless of my perspective at the time of the mistakes that I believed were more like sins of omission. Those weeks were so difficult, and getting fired by family services was extremely embarrassing. All of this was a huge surprise, and those who had pity expressing their opinions that I had received a punishment much greater than they would have guessed only made things worse for a while. I try not to think about how I might have been treated if the matrix of consequences had come out before I received my first consequences. Now, to shorten this version, I will say I did not have enough in me to comply with the first probationary period, with the requirement to meet every week with both supervisors in two different places and two different schedules. I was very grateful to the board to allow me to not only meet every other week, but also to meet with my original supervisor, Dr. Ramirez, during the second probation. And I appreciate Dr. Ramirez. I'm grateful for her. During these years with probation and an extension, and so many days and nights up and down the motions, I have spread the word that doing things not only correctly, but on time is extremely important. I have shared my story with many about how to be prepared with awareness of the rules and practicing all that we share as ethical and organized. The additional CUs have only made me a stronger clinician and therapist. Yes, I may have finished 3 to 4 years ago to gain the relational hours needed without the probation, but I cannot feel regret for all I have learned. Where I work, young people have to wait for their family to support them so they can move on to the next step. I have counseled so many on how they can focus their energy in a positive way. Some watch others move along and they still wait and wait for their turn. I cannot tell my clients that I can understand much more than they could know, that I have been watching my colleagues move along to fulfill their goals. I have watched and waited. I have taken my own words to heart so many times. I wrote these words to express a few concepts that matter, and I end this portion with these few words. I have dealt with the weaknesses that I have made much stronger. The self-control, the patience, the endurance, humility, fulfilling the requirements, not giving up. The knowledge that I have acquired is very, very important to me. And I've learned to be a great help to those when I was, with group, with Dr. Ramirez, when we met those times with other colleagues. And I'm prepared for the future, and I'm grateful for all that I've learned through these 2 probations and extension. And I hope that you can, after you've obviously already read through what I've submitted, but I hope that you can approve full licensure for me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malley. So I just want to clarify, Sarah, has he met the hours requirement?
He has met the supervised experience requirement for 500 couple and family hours, 1,500 direct hours, 3,000 total hours, 100 individual supervision hours, and 200 total supervision hours.
Okay. So even with, because I know you had mentioned that there'd been some miscalculations or.
So that's according to, that I omitted weeks during which no supervision hours were reported. I omitted the time frame during which his license was in an expired status, and I omitted the time frame during which his associate license was under the first 2-year probated suspension. The second order, go ahead.
And even with all those omissions, he still meets the requirements of 500, 1,500, 3,000.
He does. However, the discrepancies that were between the supervised experience forms and the supervision logs and the board ordered quarterly reports from his supervisor give me some, I don't have as much confidence in the accuracy of my assessment. I did the best job that I could. If I could give the benefit to the applicant, I did, because that's our policy. But due to the nature of the paperwork that was submitted, I have some doubts whether I was able to give you an accurate assessment.
So how many hours with your omissions were reported?
Let me pull that up.
Is it, well, I guess even if it's just a guesstimate, it's fine. I mean, is it like 505 or is it like 1,000?
So if I from calculating what was submitted on the supervised experience forms, he has 3,533 total hours, 1,780 direct hours, 622 couple and family hours, 299 supervision hours, and 202 individual supervision hours. If I calculate from the supervision log, he has 3,220 total hours, 1,514 direct hours, 609 couple and family hours, 281 total supervision hours, 173 individual supervision hours.
Okay, Mr. Malley, if I read your file correctly, your LMFT associates expired in November. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what have you been doing since November? Are you still working, or what are you doing?
I'm still working, yes, with, utilizing my master's degree in the workplace. So I haven't been able to, say in any way that I, because it's expired, so I can't, practice anything. I can't diagnose. Well, we don't diagnose anyway in this job, but.
So what are you doing? Like, what is your job?
Oh, I work in an emergency shelter, and a master's degree is required to work here.
Is a license required?
Well, they want you to be working toward a license. It gets kind of a gray area there with some people have not taken their exam, and so they're still allowed to work, with the clients. There's no diagnosis provided. We provide the services, counseling services.
So is it counseling, or is it case management, or what is it exactly that you're doing?
Actually, it's a little of both. We do some case management as well. It's not just talking to them about how we're support, for them is mostly what it is. It's, it's in a counseling way. So I utilize my master's degree to do so. I can't implement things that would be more along the lines of an LMFT associate while it's been expired. Like I'm EMDR trained. So for example, that wouldn't be able to be one of the options that I can provide at this time.
My last question for Ms. Fasshold is about the open complaint. What does he have left to do to satisfy that open complaint?
So the open complaint is an allegation that he did not comply with the agreed order for the second complaint. Let me find that.
Sarah, if possible, let's keep it to kind of a general description since that's a pending complaint.
Sure.
Is she allowed to note, like, if he has a CE requirement he still needs to do, or if he has?
Sure, because it's more of a compliance issue there.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm curious about is what does he have left to do to be compliant with that?
And those would all be in the board order from 2019. So those are all public too. All those terms that he has to meet.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
So there.
Yes. Go ahead, Sarah, and then I'll come back to you, Dr. Skoma.
So there were numerous, for example, in the first supervision report, over the past 15, the supervisor reported over the past 15 weeks that were available for meetings, we met 6 times. The order required supervision each week.
What about for the second complaint, like the second?
I'm looking at the agreed order. That is, I'm looking at the assessment of the compliance with the agreed order executed on January 26, 2019. That's associated with the second case, 1062-18-0018.
So there was some compliance in terms of him not doing his weekly, but then it seems like we allowed it to become every other week. And did his compliance improve after we moved it to every other week? Like did he become more compliant then?
It appeared, it didn't appear to me that that was the case. It appeared that there was still supervision times that were missed. And there were times when group supervision was reported, when individual supervision was required.
Okay. And then were there CE requirements to go along with that as well? And did he meet those?
I'm scrolling through just a moment.
Okay.
So the CE requirement for ethics was completed but submitted late. Record keeping was done on time. Rules was submitted late. And then additional CEs were submitted. Quite a lot.
And was the JP exam completed on time?
I have in my notes that it was late as well.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry, I just found it. It was very close though. It was a couple of days late.
Okay, what other questions or comments are there from the board members?
Well, if it pleases the chair, having heard Mr. Malley's response, taking into consideration he allowed his license to lapse, compares that to a vehicle registration lapse, continues to work in an environment in which he can't clearly define whether he's doing casework or counseling. Quite honestly, I've heard enough that I'd prefer to make a motion that we deny Mr. Malley's appeal and uphold the staff's judgment and require the full completion of the original agreement that's already in place.
Second.
Mr. Francis?
I have a question, please, for Mr. Malley. And I am curious to his explanation of why, even under the request for compliance, of why he was late on so many occasions. Did he not understand the importance of it, or I would just like to hear from him of the reason of why that did not occur as it should have.
Okay, are we referring to the CEUs? Because I wasn't aware that I was late in any CEUs. Are we referring to when I submitted in the quarterly report or when I actually did the CEUs?
Well, from what I heard from Ms. Fasshold, you have more CEUs that you did. That was not the issue. The issue came in with the jurisprudence where you were late by a couple of days, and then there were a couple other instances in terms of the supervision reporting where you were late. And so that's mainly what I'm referring to, please.
Okay, I don't have that right in front of me with the date for the jurisprudence exam, but I was sure that I had completed it before the year mark or the 6-month mark, whatever the mark was at that time. And then for the supervision, why being late submitting additional information? Is that the question for the supervision requirements with the hours?
Yes, anytime you were late, it seems that there's a pattern where either, I'm just trying to understand from your perspective, your level of recognizing, is this something that's important, or is it, something that's flexible? Or I just want to hear in your own words, without putting words in your mouth, of what you were thinking about. That's kind of what I needed to hear to understand how I needed to vote on this situation.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, if I could raise a point of order, with all respect to my colleague, there is a motion and a second before you that needs to be dealt with.
Yes, but we can still ask questions during that point. So it's not superseding the motion.
It needs to open at 2 questions, though.
Well, we can discuss. So there's further discussion. So Mr. Francis is good to discuss.
This is my last question, Dr. Skoman, so I will defer the floor after this, but I would just want to hear from Mr. Malley before the vote was called.
I submitted the corrections, because there were obviously, as they mentioned, discrepancies, and I feel confident with what I did. I complied with the second probation. I submitted what was there. I included detailed notes. I went and checked messages to make sure that I was giving correct information. Yes, it's extremely important to me. Having my license, I definitely look forward to implementing the plans that I have for not only counseling with EMDR, but having the opportunity to seek employment, and it's extremely important to me. And I feel like these were, minor mistakes, very minor in my opinion. And that's the way I feel about it at this point.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malley. I appreciate that response. Madam Chair, I'd give back the floor.
I have a question regarding the motion. I heard the motion as Mr. Malley must completely satisfy the current agreed order. However, I don't know how Mr. Malley can go back and complete supervision that was required in the past. I would ask the board to consider Attorney Bryan's proposal of a new order with, and I'll ask Attorney Bryan to repeat that for your consideration. I don't wish to direct the board. I'm not
That's
sure.
actually, I'm sorry, that's actually what I was wanting to do, is go back to Attorney Clark's original proposal. So if I misstated that, that's on me. So
Thank you.
please,
I just didn't want to give Mr. Malley something he could not possibly satisfy.
thank you.
Sure, and our recommendation is at least a 2-year probated suspension, weekly supervision with quarterly reports, a requirement that he get a new supervisor, and an administrative penalty, and CEs and record keeping.
So if I could revise my motion, I'd move that we take up Attorney Clark's proposal.
Excuse me, I'd like to have a point of order before we go into that motion, because I think that we need to consider the fact his LMFTA is expired currently. So how do we continue to go through this process with someone who already has how does this work? So if you could clarify that information for me, one of the attorneys, that would be helpful for me.
So I think I can help with that, and Attorney Bryan, correct me if I'm wrong. So Mr. Malley's associate license expired in November. His application for upgrade to LMFT was received in October, prior to that expiration. The rules allow staff to hold an application in abeyance so that staff may review for this type of review if there's an allegation that an agreed order hasn't been complied with, or other conditions that may give staff pause in issuing the upgrade. So his upgrade application has been received in a timely manner, and it's been held in abeyance while staff reviewed and while we could bring it to this board. And I believe Attorney Clark's proposal would then be for this board to instruct staff to issue the full LMFT, but under the supervision of a board-approved supervisor.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Brian, would the probated suspension in that order, would it be contingent upon if there's any failure to comply with the terms of the order, the license is automatically suspended? Would that be, okay. Mr. Malley, do you understand what Mr. Clark has kind of laid out for the board here, his proposal? Not saying the board's going to go along with it, but I'm just asking you, do you understand what Mr. Clark has laid out?
It sounds like to me that Mr. Clark has laid out that there would be full licensure, but I'd also be under supervision, probated suspension as fully licensed. But then if there is any non-compliance, then it would be I'm not sure exactly how you phrase it, but a suspension, not a probated suspension, but a regular suspension.
Correct. Your license would be suspended, and we could also file another complaint on you for failure to comply, and we probably would, just to be honest with you. So I need you to understand that if the board goes along with this, what the consequences are for any future failure to comply with these orders. There will be no quarter given in the future. I need you to understand that, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I do understand.
Okay.
I want to just, I guess I'm curious if we have to do every week supervision or if we can do bi-weekly supervision, because that seems to work better for Mr. Malley. I just don't want to set him up, I don't know. I'm just thinking that maybe bi-weekly would be better, and that maybe doing, instead of the full 2 years, maybe just 1 year.
Madam Chair, is that a friendly amendment to the motion that's on the floor?
That is.
That would go to Dr. Scoma. Would you accept that?
Based on what I've heard from staff in the responsible testimony, I hear his words, but when I look at his actions, I'm actually not inclined to be more lenient on this. I think he's earned the supervision that Counselor Clark has suggested. I'm open to a vote on it, but I personally would not be in favor of it.
Any further discussion?
Before a vote, if you're going to impose an administrative penalty, we need to know how much and how many CEs and record keeping you would want him to do.
I'll leave that to my professional colleagues. That's
This is Dr. Elder here. Given what I read throughout, seemed to be a consistent thread through all of the communications from Mr. Malley, is that there's a real financial hardship that has impacted his family, his ability to complete supervision. And so I would, if we did an administrative penalty, I would recommend that it be minimal. I'm more concerned that he meet that supervision requirement, and the supervision is going to cost him money. So in some ways, I would consider that an administrative penalty. And I think what we're doing here, from my perspective, being new to hearing this, I know my other colleagues who've been walking through this case are a little more familiar with it, but it seems to me that we're giving Mr. Malley a chance to demonstrate with his actions, to back up his words that I'm committed to this. We have his 2 agreed orders, 2 probated suspensions here, where we need Mr. Malley to demonstrate he understands the importance of the supervision as mandated by the board. And so this is his chance to either prove it or lose his license. So for me, it's the supervision piece is more important than an administrative penalty.
Dr. Barty?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think the inconsistency demonstrates I'm just concerned about the inconsistency with that, because I think it was spelled out and the expectations were not egregious. They were reasonable, but there was a continual repetitious, maybe, lack of focus, lack of follow through, whatever it may be. So I'm inclined to go along with both what Chairman Merchant and Dr. Elder is saying about supervision being significant and crucial to help focus on that. I don't think his desire to do work, he's met a lot of the criteria, the CEs he's accumulated, really, really good. So I would also go with that if the supervision aspect of it needs to be really focused in on, and if that isn't every other week, I would go every other week for 2 years is what I would be thinking. I think there needs to be time to demonstrate that consistency. I wouldn't want to make it too short of a time, because I think the inconsistency has been the big issue for me. And so to demonstrate consistency, I'd like to give him a chunk of time to be able to do that. But I'll defer to the other comments.
Mr. Francis, and then Chaplain Stockland.
Chair Merchant, I don't know that I heard or that I understand why Mr. Malley was not able to meet every week, because there was clearly a pattern of every other week that he was able to do. And I don't know if that points to the financial issue of being able to do every week. And so, as you mentioned, I'm interested in making sure that he's set up for success. And I agree with Dr. Skoma that he has to show the desire to do it, and he has to show the strength, and he has to demonstrate that he can do it. But I want to make sure that he's given the conditions to do it in. And doing that on a weekly basis, for whatever reason, didn't seem to match, but clearly every other week. So that, to me, there's a disconnect there. So, and I'm just trying to figure out, what is that disconnect? Was it financial or was it not? But I agree with your assessment that maybe every other week at a longer time period, as Dr. Barty said. So I'm just kind of interested in laying that out. Thank you.
Chaplain Stoglen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I definitely go along with Dr. Skoma and Dr. Elder and what Mr. Francis just finished saying. It seems to me that Mr. Malley has problems with structure, which hinders consistency. Mr. Malley, you don't have to comment on this, but if you hear what everyone on this board is saying, trying to help you to meet success, you seem to, in a sense, sabotage yourself. And structure seems to be a challenge for you. So with the 2-year probation every other week, perhaps this is your last opportunity that Mr. Spinks Attorney Spinks has said, there will be no quarter for you. In other words, this is it. This is the line of demarcation. So my strongest recommendation, Madam Chair and board members, is that he needs to incorporate structure. And I agree with Dr. Skoma that, we hear the words, but the conviction seems to be lacking. And all of these opportunities, probations and penalties and second chances, it's really troubling. But in order to practice our practice, as it were, in this case toward Mr. Malley, I would say that Mr. Malley needs to embrace structure, because that's part of what family therapy is about, to find some kind of structure to seek answers to their issues. And if Mr. Malley can't do that as a LMFTer, how can he help the clients in the future? So I'll yield with that, Madam Chair. The inconsistency is obviously there, but the structure part he needs to embrace in order to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Attorney Clark, tell me about staff's reasoning for wanting him to get a new supervisor.
Let's see. We just want another set of eyes on it, and we want to find a supervisor who would take the orders seriously and not just look at them as guidelines. We want somebody that would be harder on Mr. Malley.
I'm going back to the administrative penalty. I think I'm with Dr. Elder and some of y'all's other comments that it seems to me that doing weekly or biweekly supervision is probably going to be enough of an administrative penalty as is. And so I would be in favor of not having an administrative penalty.
I would agree with that. Nothing in here for me is about being punitive, but more about making sure we have agreement. And to your point about the every other week, I agree with Dr. Barty. My goal is not to lessen. If it makes it easier and we expand it to 2 years, if the every other week allows him to do that, but I would like to see the same number, whether that's every other week for 2 years or every week for 1 year. But it doesn't matter to me either which way we do that.
Okay.
And do you want to require any CEs?
Maybe 3 hours in record keeping. Is that what you had suggested, Attorney Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so do we want to do 2 years of every other week supervision? Okay.
With a different supervisor, is that?
Correct.
Okay.
What I have is 2 years of probated suspension with biweekly supervision with a new supervisor, no administrative penalty, and 3 hours of CEUs in record keeping. Okay. Is that acceptable to you, Pastor Skoma?
It is.
Okay. Do I need to get it re-seconded, or does?
Yeah, you're going to need to amend Pastor Skoma's motion, because I don't recall his motion containing the CE requirement.
Okay. Pastor Skoma, are you open to that amendment?
I am.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
One thing I would bring up, Chair Merchant and Mr. Malley, you need to understand what the board is about to vote on here. correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, Patrick, but this is going to be an eligibility order, correct? Okay, what that means, Mr. Malley, is if the board votes to approve this order and send it to you, you have to agree to this order. If you do not agree to the order, I mean, you have the choice, but if you do not agree to the order, your application will be denied. This is the pathway to licensure that the board is giving you. There is no other route. So I need you to understand that. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. I do
Okay.
understand.
Okay.
Okay, then all those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Malley. Really appreciate that you came back to the meeting after we lost you. That was so helpful to us. I believe that Attorney Brian will be sending you the document and any further instructions from there, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible.
And in addition, I wanted to go on the record that I'm having an abstain on that vote, only because I was also having technical difficulties. I did not get to hear Mr. Malley's full statement, so I didn't feel like it was appropriate for me to vote. That's the reason why I did not show a vote of either aye or nay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Okay, let's look at our agenda.
Madam Chair, pardon me. I'm going to step out for just a quick moment. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. How soon do y'all want to take a break? I was thinking we would take one maybe around 10:15. Do y'all want to take one now, or do y'all want to plow ahead to about 10:15, 10:30?
Plow ahead, please, Madam Chair.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay, so let's move on to agenda item number 4, board review and possible action regarding agreed orders. I don't believe we have any of those, do we? Hang on, I can't see y'all's pretty faces. Are we good? Okay, and then number 5, board review and possible action regarding contested cases from SOA. I don't believe we have any of those either. Nope. Number 6, report of agreed orders executed by the council's executive director. Do we have a report there? Nope. Okay, number 7, report of cases dismissed by the council's executive director. Do we have a report there?
You received that report with your materials.
Okay.
If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
Do we have any questions from the board members regarding the report of cases dismissed by the council's executive director? I might have one, but I'll see if y'all have some first. I'm curious about when cases are dismissed because of insufficient evidence. Like, can you just kind of give me an example of like maybe what that means, or, you know, just
generally. Oh, sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
Go ahead. You're a better authority than I am.
It can mean many different things, but the short of it is insufficient evidence means they looked at everything that was filed, the responses, and there wasn't enough evidence to prove that an actual violation occurred. So it's insufficient evidence to prove a violation. We couldn't legally prove it, so it was dismissed at that point. So
does that mean that they like requested records and like an investigation happened, but at the end of the investigation, nothing could be found?
Typically, that's usually what happens. There will be instances when there might be an insufficient evidence where we have not requested a response from the licensee, but those are instances when someone's filed a complaint and they've, based on the information that they provided us, and enforcement staff has reached out to the complainant and asked for additional information, and they haven't cooperated or given us anything that would prove it. And they may have something that they're upset about, but based on the complaint and all the information they provided to us, there isn't actually a violation identified. They just are not happy. And so, we have to identify a potential rule violation before we will send notice to the licensee.
And And I wanted to piggyback on that question because Dr. Merchant, I had the same question and communicated with Mrs. Fasholz about it prior to the meeting. So Patrick, could you expand a little bit just for the benefit of the entire board? How would you explain the difference between insufficient evidence and no violation? Because those are different reasons why a case is dismissed.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't necessarily a violation in that instance. It's just that we couldn't prove one and we didn't have enough evidence to show that there was one. And, you know, we did our due diligence to try to see if there was one. But after doing everything in the investigation and completing it, we determined that there wasn't enough evidence to prove one. And that could actually be, it went to an ISC. We had board members look at it and they said, we don't think there's a violation, dismiss it. Or it could be staff looked at it, got a response from the licensee, gathered additional evidence, and based on everything gathered, they still just couldn't determine that an actual violation occurred. So they had to dismiss it because we couldn't prove a violation. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion about agenda item? Oh man, I keep losing my agenda. But agenda item number 7.
Just whoever's writing these summaries, you're doing a great job. I found that very helpful to get a brief understanding of the situation. And so I like this report.
Okay. Let's move on to number 8, status report of quarterly enforcement activities.
Madam Chair, I would just identify, we haven't seen numbers this low, I think, since 2019, if I remember it correctly in reading it. I want to call out an outstanding job by the team on what's happening here and their ability to process. I don't know what's changed or what's happened, but whatever it is, please keep doing what you're doing. I think this is what our customers are looking for from us. So just kudos. I just wanted to make sure I call that out. I call out bad things. I want to call out good things too, to be equal.
Yeah, that was the same thing that I noticed as well, just that all of our numbers seem to be decreasing. And so Dr. Elder, did you have a comment?
Well, I also noted the change, particularly when you compare Q2 to Q3, there's just a drastic difference. And I did make a note to ask, one of the things that I saw under a Q2 report, but then I didn't see it in the Q3 report. So I wanted to ask about the status, is that in Q2, it said there were 4 vacant investigator positions, and that was the reason for some of the delay in processing. And I'm curious about the status of those vacant positions and if that might be contributing to the increase in processing.
I think a lot of the enforcement positions have been filled. I don't know exactly off the top of my head, but I think speaking with the enforcement manager, a lot of them have been filled. But I think another thing that helps in the processing and the efficiencies of it is everyone transitioned on September 1. All of the cases came over September 1, and it took a couple quarters for everything to ramp up. And we're starting to get that everybody's comfortable with the new process of reviewing everything, and the processes are in place and it's getting much more efficient. So you sort of had that learning curve, and then everything is running a lot more smoothly now. So to me, that's what when I see those numbers and now things are running more smoothly, I think that was the initial learning curve with all of the new people coming in and setting up the new agency.
Dr. Elder, we've got 2 vacancies right now in the enforcement division, 1 temporary and 1 investigator 3 position. So we've only got 2 vacancies now. I do know, I just learned yesterday that we are going to lose another investigator. They're moving to a different agency. So I'll have a 3rd position come open there that I'm gonna have to fill.
And Daryl, there's a new employee, a new temporary investigator starting Monday.
Oh, well, okay. Then we're still back to 2.
Mr. Spinks, how much of this can be attributed to working from home or the more relaxed, not in office policies, the focus that a lot of businesses are seeing because of the COVID conditions? How much would you attribute the increase in efficiency to that?
It's hard to say because I know that I feel like probably a majority of the investigators prefer to work from home now that they have been forced to work from home. because of our office space limitations. I know there are a few that do not like it and they want to come into the office, but I think that is a significant minority. So I think it's been a pretty big hit, and that's one area where working from home is actually, it shouldn't really be a problem, because it's basically you come in, you get your homework, you go home, you read it, write your report, come back, print it out, enter it into the database, and go home again. Some of those folks are coming in the evenings. We never even hardly see them. They come in and get it done and go home again. Licensing, it's a little different, obviously, but I don't think it's hurting. Is the best way I can answer it. I don't think it's hurting anything that we're working from home.
I would just say, if you had all believed that, then whatever is possible to moving forward as things start to reopen, to just really challenge the assumptions of the conventional workday and the conventional policies of what that look like, and adjust accordingly. I mean, that's what you're seeing a lot of businesses do. I think we too should consider that for the team. If it works better for their home life balance than home work life balance, then we definitely want to look at that. But just kudos for the work that's being done here. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll pass it along to the enforcement folks.
Well, and this is Dr. Elder here. I wanted to say, first of all, a thank you for the additional explanation that came out about the MFT exam timeframe, MFT license. All of those additional explanations that came via email were very helpful. And I know those numbers have shifted dramatically. And I would like to ask, because I'm making an assumption, I want to make sure it's correct, that some of those numbers are constrained by the vendor approving someone to sit for the exam. They're constrained by deficiencies in the applications that we have no control over, and licensee applicants' responses to that. And they're also, I would say, the date of approval to sit for the exam through the date of licensure is constrained by failure of the exam and having to retake it. So I think these numbers are fabulous, given that much of this is out of our control in some ways. Staff can only do so much. So I think these numbers are wonderful.
You're spot on. There's a lot that happens in between those guideposts that we have no control over. Now, obviously there is some, and where we fall short, that's our fault and my fault, no doubt about it. But there is a lot that's out of our control as well between those guideposts.
And Director Spinks, I actually have a question for you, because I'm still learning, I guess, how to interpret these reports as I go through. And the last page looks kind of like that. It has a chart on the bottom and a chart on the top. They look very similar. On the top, it says performance measures fiscal year 2021. Now, I don't understand how to interpret this report. The top chart to me looks very similar to the bottom chart. They're almost the exact same numbers, except for the bottom chart says LAR target. Can you explain that chart and what data we're looking at there?
The top chart is what our current performance measures are in fiscal year 2021. The bottom chart is the adjusted performance measures for the 2022 to 2023 biennium. Here's the thing: when they set up BHEC, y'all didn't really have performance measures. The boards that came over from HHSC did not have performance measures with the LBB, whereas Psych Board did. And so we didn't know what BHEC's we didn't know how to measure or gauge what the performance ought to be on BHEC. So they just took Psych Boards and put them in there. Well, we added about 60,000 licensees to Psych Board. So we blew those performance measures completely. They're useless. So we've had to come back for this biennium, and that bottom chart, what you're seeing is the adjusted targets for BHEC. That's what it's supposed to be for BHEC.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And for those who don't deal with the acronyms day in and day out, the LBB is the Legislative Budget Board. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Speaking of which, it's Chaplain Stocklin, Director Spinks and Sarah. I know at one time before BHEC and then the adjustment of BHEC, we were having a revolving door and then moving, as Attorney Patrick talked about, the moving 1 September of the staff to the now BHEC. How are we doing salary wise to maintained. You just said Director Spinks said, oh, we have 3, and then Miss Brenda Skiff said, oh, no, we've got someone in the pipeline. Now you're back to 2. Still, you have a -2 rather than a net 2. How are we doing with salary comparative within the BHEC compared to other agencies or private sector?
I will tell y'all right now, it still feels very much like it is the employee market. It's look, I got to be careful what I say here. I don't want to divulge anybody's personal business, but the only thing I can tell you is that the folks that have left the agency, if they weren't fired by me and they left on their own, then they left usually for more money elsewhere. Now, when we set up BHEC, we tried to set up the salaries so that nobody took a hit when they came over from wherever they came over. And then we also tried to be kind of middle of the road with the other comparably sized agencies. The problem with that is we cannot compete with the private sector. One of the big advantages to working for the state is the benefits package, really, but that don't pay your mortgage or your student loans or anything like that. So, we're in a fight with that all the time. Chaplain Song, and that's the best way I can explain that to you is we're not really competitive with the private sector. If you look at just straight compensate, monthly pay. There for a while, when we were really trying to chew down the backlogs and I was not letting people work from home because I needed everybody on deck in the office pushing hard. We lost some people who were like, I can go over here and make more money and work from home. So they did it. And now that we've shifted that away, I haven't really heard so much. I haven't heard any threats, to jump ship based off of I can work from home over here, whereas I can't here. I don't have that. Now it's more just we're back to you don't pay as much as they do.
Thank you for that. And one thing, I don't know if you can do this, but something to consider is I know federal agencies, and you're correct, there's no way you can compete with these private sectors with their salaries and benefit. Well, the benefits is better for the great state of Texas. I concur. But if there is a forgiveness loan for students, if they work for the agency as an option, don't know if you can do it. You can't answer that right now, but something perhaps to consider for our future staffers and so forth as an incentive benefit to maybe do forgiveness loans if they work for the agency's X number of years as an incentive to keep future folks, particularly the ones who are very dedicated to the cause, but the pay cannot compete and they have bills and families. So something to consider.
I'll tell you a funny anecdotal observation I've noticed about those types of programs. I've seen the ledge set 2 of them up. I've never seen them fund them. So I
don't mean unfunded mandates. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other further comments on item number 8? Okay. Then let's move on to number 9, report of compliance with agreed orders. Any questions, comments here? Sarah, or anybody want to chime in?
This is Dr. Elder. I had a question about the 4th case for JA. I noticed that the JP exam is overdue, right? If I'm reading it correctly. And so I'm wondering, I know I spoke briefly with Mrs. Fassholtz via email just to get information about this, but do we want to follow up with this person saying you're out of compliance with this particular part, just to make sure we're kind of putting that bee in their bonnet to spur them on, or do we just wait and see if they get there by the end?
So thank you for your email. I appreciate that. I forwarded that to staff. Staff replied that they have received the jurisprudence exam. And to your broader question of when someone's out of compliance, what triggers further action by staff? So staff has some judgment here of if there appears to have been a good cause for a delay, perhaps they maybe were in a car accident or they were sick, but I had one that sent it to HHSC's email address rather than to our new email address, that kind of thing. Staff will certainly record when it was received. It'll be noted that it was late. But they may not pull the trigger of opening a new complaint alleging failure to comply with the order based on this one thing. It might be that they still have a sense that the respondent is making a good faith effort to comply. But if it appears to be a pattern or an issue that they do not seem to be able to overcome or learn to get things on time, then staff will bring that to the investigations manager and to the attorney, and items will be discussed as to what is the next appropriate process to take.
So that's interesting to me. That is helpful. I didn't realize for compliance staff, their only option is to open a new case. They can't just reach out to the applicant, to the licensee and say, hey, remember this. Can they give them a little nudge without opening a new case?
There's communication continually.
Okay.
There's continuous communication.
Got it.
And continuous tracking.
Okay, great. That was my suggestion, not opening a new case at all. That's just too much work for investigators.
Yeah,
exactly. Why create more work? But just the nudge, if that's possible, then that is what I was suggesting here, but it sounds like it's not relevant. I'm glad to hear that that's something that happens on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
Dr. Elder, I think the word that Sarah also used to use is practicable. So practicable, as she used to say.
Any further discussion of agenda item number 9? Okay, then let's move on to the reports from the committee chairs. And so up first, we have Reverend Dr. Skoma for the Ethics Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Committee met on Thursday, May 20th, virtually, and we resolved 2 cases with agreed orders. One of those has come back with a counter offer, which we have just recently rejected. So they will have the option of a SOA hearing. I'm assuming we're still waiting to hear back on their response. But that is the report from the Ethics Committee.
Then I have the report from the Licensing Standards Committee. We met in early June and we had 4 items on our agenda. And the first thing that we discussed was the excessive practicum hours that we award to an applicant from their graduate program. And so we had a pretty long and lively discussion about it, but ultimately we decided not to make any changes at this time or not to recommend any action on this time at this time. So that was that. The second conversation was about the eligibility of double AMFT supervisor candidates for the supervisor license here in Texas. Sarah is still in the process of gathering data for us. So while we're not necessarily comfortable with this provision, we don't know if it's actually causing harm or creating a risk for harm. So Sarah's going to gather some data for us to help us in that decision. So again, no recommendations from the committee at this time. The third thing we discussed was creating some sort of matrix that will help staff process the military applications. But ultimately, we decided that the experience is too diverse and the number of applicants is too infrequent to be able to create an actual useful matrix. So previously, the previous executive director had sent out this email that a lot of military people were using as kind of like a free pass. And so we've just decided that should that email resurface in the future, that we would just tell them it was no longer void and we would just continue to take these cases evaluate them on an individual basis as opposed to trying to create some sort of matrix. The last thing that we discussed was the requirements for taking the AMFTRB exam. As y'all can see on that little, on the data that we just got a couple reports ago about the number of days that it takes for students to be approved to take the licensure exam, it can sometimes take months. And part of that is because of the wording of our rules. And so actually when we get to 12B on our agenda, 12B is actually due to the work of the Licensing Standards Committee. So I'll just save our conversation I'll just save it for 12B. So anyways, so that's it for the Licensing Standards Committee. So let's move on to, the Outreach Committee, that's me again. We have not met, but I would really like for us to meet. So Outreach Committee, we don't have to do it right this moment, but let's plan some time to meet sometime in probably August or early September. So just know that I'll be sending out an email to you guys for us to meet sometime. Letter D, report from the Professional Development Committee. And so this is Ms. Husband-Thompson.
Thank you. We met on June 24th. Sarah, I just want to thank you tremendously for your help preparing for this meeting and putting together a report that you can find attached in your meeting materials with much more specifics. But one of the first things that we did that was really important was just to define what our committee serves to do. And we talked about gathering information, the structure of the jurisprudence exam, ongoing process for updating questions as rules changes and are adopted, the council's standardization work group and its purpose and process, and the tracking of complaint trends. So we defined, I think, really well the purpose of our committee and what we want to accomplish. There were several areas that we felt that we needed to instruct staff with action items. One was to send one new question and one revised question to the exam vendor to ask if the vendor can determine the average time that an examinee spends taking the exam. We also wanted to ask if the vendor can limit randomly selected questions concerning BHEC, and also to continue to compile a list of the most frequently found violations and report to the Professional Development Committee and Outreach Committee, and to send new draft questions to the Professional Development Committee concerning 801.205, remedy for incomplete license requirements, if the MFT board recommends and the council approves this adoption on August 24th. I thought that we really had a great meeting, and I appreciate the expertise of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see here. Number E, report from Rules Committee Chair, Mr. Francis.
Thank you. We did not have a meeting. That is my fault, and I will make sure that we get one posted to have that meeting. So please expect to see an email from me shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are at 10:15. Do y'all want to move on to 11, or do y'all want to plow through, or do y'all want to take a break? Plow through. Okay. So agenda item number 11, a discussion and possible action regarding the jurisprudence exam. So we have A and B, A discussion and possible action concerning the quarterly summary. And then also any actions or changes. Is there any conversation, discussion that we need to have about 11? Okay, then let's move on to agenda item number 12, discussion and possible action concerning the recommendations of BHEC to propose rule changes to align with statute. So the first one up is definition of LMFT and LMFT associate. My first question regarding this would just be, I guess, where did this recommendation come from? How did it arise? Like, I just kind of want to know the history of this, please.
This came up out of I think an applicant they were seeking to apply for the supervisor status is what it was, if I'm remembering right. And this was an individual that had been licensed elsewhere in another jurisdiction. So they wanted to aggregate their time as an MFT in that jurisdiction with their time as an MFT in this jurisdiction to get to the requisite experience required for the supervisor status. And in talking with staff, it sounded like the way that, and I don't think it was this particular set of board members, because I think this reading had been in place for quite a while. The prevailing thought was, because the definitions define LMFT as a person licensed by the board, yada, 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 that individual could not then use the experience they acquired under their foreign license to apply towards the supervisory status here. And when I looked at that definition and I looked at the definition of LMFT and BHEC and then the statutory definition, they don't contain that term, licensed by. They just say, I forget what they say, but it's not that restricted. And so what I instructed staff is, I said, well, look, we we need to go by the definition that BHEC has, because it supersedes the board definition here. But it's really just a restatement of the statutory definition. We need to go by that definition because that provides the least restrictive, the least anti-competitive issues, if you will, for an individual, so that they can aggregate their experience as an MFT in another jurisdiction. Because the science behind y'all's profession doesn't change whether you're east of the Sabine or north of the Red. It's the same. Science is science. So, you know, there's not really that concern about, okay, well, you're a different kind of MFT in North Carolina than what you are here. No, it's marriage and family therapy. It's marriage and family therapy. The science is the same. So we saw that, and I'm like, we need to take that before the board and get that changed so that we don't have some kind of an inconsistent rule here where we have a rule on the books, but we can't actively enforce it. And candidly, when Patrick and I started looking at where we use that term LMFT throughout the rest of y'all's rules, you probably don't want us strictly enforcing that rule in other parts because it can lead to some pretty wonky results through the rest of the rules. So I thought it best if we probably just came to y'all and asked you, can you make that definition match up with the statutory definition so we can avoid all this problem?
Can you give me an example of how the rule as it is currently written creates wonkiness in other places? Because in my head, when I was thinking about it, I feel like if we were to amend it, it would create wonkiness. So,
Patrick, you've got that example for him?
Yeah, do you want me to share my screen real quick?
Yeah, share it with him.
So if you look at 801.115, the way it's written, I struck out an LMFT, and you look at the definition in 102.215 and inserting that, if you were literally reading the rule with that definition, an applicant who has been licensed as a qualified individual licensed by the council to provide marriage and family therapy in another United States jurisdiction. You can't have that. The definition is licensed by us in another United States jurisdiction. It doesn't make any sense if you read it that way. And if you go with the actual statutory definition, which we can't violate what the statute says, the statute sets the bar, it would be an applicant who is licensed as a person who offers marriage and family therapy for compensation in another United States jurisdiction for 2 years. That makes sense. You can read it that way. So does that, I hope, I see the concerned look on your face, so it looks like you have questions.
I had a similar concern as Dr. Merchant, I think, because when we take out the word licensed by council, that means anybody who wants to practice in Texas can practice in Texas and provide marriage and family therapy for compensation, whether or not they're licensed by this council. That was concerning to me, the removal of that phrase. But I went back and I looked through statute, and under Texas Occupations Code 502.251, it says, a person may not practice as a marriage and family therapist unless the person holds a license under this chapter or is exempt under a different section. And a person may not use the title licensed marriage and family therapist or licensed marriage and family therapist associate as appropriate unless the person is licensed under this chapter. So for me, what's in rule right there that says a qualified individual licensed by the council just echoes statute. It's saying the same thing. For me, taking it out could, I guess, in some ways allow for people to come in like what you're saying, but the statute supports the license by the council to be in there because it's already there in statute.
Right. The definition shouldn't be the part that prohibits people from practicing unlicensed. There are other statutes and other rules that prohibit that. You're absolutely right. I mean, there's even a criminal provision in Chapter 502 that says if you practice without a license, you're committing a criminal act, not necessarily just even a civil act. So there are prohibitions. This taking this out of the definition is not going to allow people to practice unlicensed. Absolutely. It's really just getting the definition to match up with the statutory framework And that way, when we read the definition as it's defined in all of the rules, you don't have some sort of circular logical reasoning where you read it and say, oh, you have to be licensed by the council in Texas, but also in another jurisdiction. It doesn't make sense reading that rule. So that's, one of the big reasons why we're looking at saying we just need to have it make sense and match up. So.
Okay, so how does the board feel about going back to the original issue that even just like sparked this change? How does the board feel about somebody who has been a licensed supervisor in another state coming to Texas, transferring their license and transferring their supervisor's license?
I'm not exactly sure how that's relevant because we're not changing the definition of LMFT supervisor. Help me understand.
Well, let me be clear. The way this has been used in the past, and because of the way it's defined now, historically, the board has not permitted somebody who has moved to Texas, become licensed as an MFT, use any experience they had as an MFT in another jurisdiction and combine that with their experience here to then qualify for supervisory status here. And what I'm saying is under the statutory definition, that is something we need to be doing because the science is the same and the statutory definition wouldn't preclude. The way we've got it defined now precludes that. And that's kind of an anti-competitive aspect. And I don't know that that's really what was intended, but that's what we've got now, or what we had. Now, I've already told staff, no, we have to go by the statutory and the BHEC definition. So don't tell that guy he can't use his out-of-state MFTE experience and combine it with anything he's got here in Texas to apply for the supervisory status. They can't just transfer their supervisory status over and just voila, you're automatically a Texas supervisor. They still have to meet our requirements. We're just going to say, well, we'll look at what you had in North Carolina to see if you can add it to what you got here, and let you be a supervisor.
Ms. Smith?
I like the idea that we are cleaning up and making everything fit what's actually in statute, since we've had a problem as this board in the past with things that didn't match our statutes. And so I like that we're cleaning that up. I think that's great. I also like the fact that if we ever want to look at any kind of a pact with any other states, that this will make it a more streamlined process. So I'm in favor of this change.
Mr. Francis, and then or Reverend Dr. Skoma.
I guess two comments is that the science is a science, but training may be different. And I for some reason, I thought we already looked at things that were coming in from another state, from another license, from a comparative perspective to see how it compared to ours of whether it should be accepted or not. So are we not doing that? Because that's what I thought we were doing. I'm not sure I understand.
Like licensure by endorsement?
Yeah.
The supervisor, the requirements to be an LMFT, a Texas supervisor, is that you have to have held the LMFT for at least 3 years before you're eligible to apply for supervisor status. By going by the definition licensed by the council, that assured that they held an LMFT under Texas rules and laws, and were familiar with those Texas rules and laws. Now, you do have a jurisprudence exam in place for anyone who's coming from out of state. But that was the discussion by previous boards about the supervisor requirements, that they first have to have 3 years of experience under Texas laws and rules before they can then supervise associates in their training and experience under Texas laws and rules. And I believe what Mr. Spinks is saying is that appears to be anti-competitive and doesn't allow someone who's from another state and has held an LMFT to use those years of LMFT and be considered as a candidate for supervisor status.
So when I look at this, I look at it from two perspectives. you have the technical skills, which is what Mr. Spinks is calling the science, and the science is the science. But then you have a second component, which I'll label the culture, which is understanding the Texas rules and regulations that they have to become familiar with that is not necessarily known in an out-of-state condition. So there are two components that they have to satisfy to understand. And so I'm not sure why we wouldn't want them to do that. That's the part where I'm getting confused. But please forgive my layman definition of that.
George, I hear what you're saying, and or Mr. Francis, I know we're supposed to be.
George is fine. I know you well enough. Thank you for the courtesy.
I think I look at it as if I am coming from Maryland.
Okay.
And I've had a Maryland MFT license for 15 years, and I'm also a Maryland supervisor. So now I come to Texas and I want to transfer because I think this is a better state than Maryland. And I want to transfer my license and be licensed here in the state of Texas. It's like, yay, now I can do it. But the way it's written, that means that all my 15 years of experience go for nothing until I've been licensed for 3 years in Texas before I can apply for a supervisory position. Now, I've been doing a lot of stuff for many years in the Texas government. I don't believe it takes people 3 years to understand our quirkiness to Texas. So that's why I'm saying that's an anti-competitive thing, because you've taken away an ability for an income stream that I already had. But now I've come to your state, I can't get it until I've been licensed by your board for 3 years. Instead of being able to have some of this transfer over, actually pass my jurisprudence exam, which talks about the intricacies of the Texas license, and then be able to make all the requirements for my Texas supervisory thing and not have to wait 3 years to add that to my ability for income stream.
So if we both agree that there's a component of understanding the Texas procedures or the Texas culture, call it what you will, is the real question then the duration of time that we require people to have their Texas license before they can apply for the supervisor? Is the question, is the problem the time period versus understanding the Texas culture?
I think it's not only that, although I think it takes a lifetime as a native Texan to understand the Texas culture. I think it is actually, this is going into an anti-competitive, and our statute doesn't match what another part says that we need to do. So I think that, to me, I think that's where the rubber meets the road, unfortunately.
And maybe that's the part where I'm still confused, is I don't understand why it's anti-competitive, because we're giving the people, an individual, the option of coming in and practicing in the state. All we're saying is that you must first demonstrate a knowledge or understanding of the specific rules, measures, procedures, or whatever for the state of Texas. So I don't understand how it's anti-competitive, because we're not stopping people from practicing. Well, that's what I'm saying.
3 years?
Is that goes back to the time period. Is that the real issue, is the time period? It's not a matter of saying that they can't practice. I would agree that 3 years to me seems like a long time, but I think that's where the focus should be, and not on the changing of a definition. I think it's the time period that throws me off. Just a suggestion. I don't know.
Sure. I just know that that's what our current rules say.
Right.
So, we can argue if we want to make it different or put more things in place. But right now, that would be looking at apples and oranges. And so I would encourage us to look at the apples and apples. And then if the board decides they would like to put a different qualification or more emphasis on how Texas works within the supervisory package, then I would ask us to address that in a separate issue. But that's that's just my thinking. I certainly yield the floor.
So we're recommending that anyone who works out of the state who has comparable years of experience or comparable, clearly comparable licensing, comparable years of experience would be able to then transfer into the state without a problem. Is that what it is then?
No, that's not what we're talking about. What
I'm so sorry for my confusion.
No, that's okay. I mean, the endorsement rule that y'all have, which is looks like it's, well, what is it here? Basically, if somebody has been licensed in another jurisdiction for 2 years immediately preceding the date they apply here, we consider them to have met all our academic and internship requirements. So all the Texas culture that you spoke of, we're already presuming that those people meet it. But unfortunately, those individuals who would then come in, we've just presumed that they're that they've been trained well enough, they're safe enough to turn loose on the Texas population. But now we're saying, but hold up, we're not going to let you supervise until you have done 3 years under us. We think you can practice independently amongst our population, but we're not going to let you supervise. That doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Well,
So
perhaps
it's purely
a
about
middle,
supervising. So it's purely about the supervising, the 3 years as it relates to the supervision piece of it.
That's where we've seen this issue bubble up. That's where we saw this issue bubble up. And then Patrick had, after we did it and started talking about it, Patrick's like, yeah, if we don't change that definition, we start actually applying it like it is worded, it's going to cause these problems in these other rules. And I wasn't even aware of that. That hadn't even hit my radar until this issue uncovered it. So.
Okay.
Reverend Dr. Skoma, Dr. Elder, and then Dr. Barty.
Can I just clarify, Mr. Spinks, that this seems to allow us to use their out-of-state experience, but not necessarily mandate it? So if we had an issue with a particular one that we didn't fill or a particular state, we would still have the ability to require something, or am I missing that?
I think if there's anytime you have a question about whether or not the experience actually meets the rule, I think you've always got the option. I think we'd have that option with one of our applicants who had practiced here in Texas.
Right.
And there was something funky about their experience. We could pull them in and go, well, wait a minute, let's talk about this a little bit more. So
it's
I
raising
don't
a
think
possibility, but not necessarily tying our hands.
Correct.
Yeah. And then would staff, follow-up question, is staff comfortable with making those judgments on a state-by-state basis or case-by-case basis with the incoming supervisor?
I mean, we do it all the time. Yeah.
Thanks. That's what I needed.
Dr. Elder.
Okay. So I agree that we need to make it more expedient for LMFT supervisors from other states to come in and practice in Texas. I also agree with Mr. Francis's point that we want to make sure they know Texas law. And so I think a middle ground to recommend might be that, yes, they can come in if they have commiserate experience and licensure. They can come in as an LMFT supervisor, but they must pass the JP exam to at least familiarize themselves with Texas rule, which is what we require of other applicants who are coming to practice in Texas. So that would kind of close that loophole of what if they don't know our rules. And I really appreciate Mr. Skoma's comment of, as a board, we still have discretion to say, we don't really think that your LMFT supervision experience or requirements to get that supervision were equivalent, and we can ask for more hoops to be jumped through if we feel that that would protect Texas LMFTs.
I'll say, Dr. Elder, they're going to have to take the juris whenever they apply for the LMFT license. So, and then I can't recall, y'all don't require the juris every renewal period, but you allow it, right? Is that right?
But it is required for LMFT supervisors every renewal period.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Dr. Barty.
Yeah, what I was thinking is, using Ms. Smith's example of a Maryland supervisor. If they've been supervising and they want to come to Texas, I say that's nice, that's good. If they have the certification, they're coming in here. I'm wondering, what about if we create a welcome to Texas as a new supervisor kind of requirement? Not just the jurisprudence, yes, you need to do that, but here's how we do supervision in Texas. Here's what our deal, and have it be a 1 hour, 3 hour CE successfully completed kind of orientation, welcoming, that they check that off, as well as what's going on with jurisprudence, and remove the 3-year requirement. We're accepting their license without any kind of hiccups. So why not accept the supervisory with some orientation to what we're doing here in Texas, and have that part of a package without necessarily saying you need to practice here for 3 years and really get to know what we do. Well, if they're licensed and supervisor, they're probably savvy, we can assume. And so bringing them in with some kind of an orientation CE that needs to be successfully completed in addition to the jurisprudence for supervisors, maybe something along those lines.
Dr. Barti, I would agree with you that I think some additional CE in Texas rules would be prudent for new LMFT supervisors coming to Texas. I would not recommend that we put it on staff to create an orientation. I think there's plenty of trainings already out there that cover Texas rules. I mean, LPC right now, they have to have the 2 hours of just LPC ethics rules. And so I think it's out there if people want to find it. And I would support adding an additional Texas rules CE requirement in addition to the JP exam, just to make sure that new supervisors are familiar with our rules.
Yeah, and I don't want to put any more burden on staff. I wouldn't say that staff would need to create this. I'm just saying conceptually, wouldn't that be an easier pathway and maybe a more kinder, gracious pathway for those out-of-state supervisors to come and practice and supervise here in Texas, rather than the 3-year, you need to stay here for 3 years and practice criteria we have. So however we would create that, I think that would be a separate discussion.
You know, this we've had these discussions before, and there was one state that we are familiar with that came here and just wanted to automatically, Dr. Scoma is laughing because he knows, as most people do, they just want to automatically come here. And Dr. Elder, before you became one of us board members, you heard these discussions, and some of the requirements were totally ridiculous, and they didn't want any requirements. And so, Ms. Smith, that's why I think we really applaud what the attorneys are doing to review it. But to walk in, it's like if a person says, I'm a medical doctor from another state, and they come to the great state of Texas and say, I want to be practicing doctors. Well, they could have been a scoundrel in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania or Kentucky or wherever, and come here and they say, well, I'm a doctor. Well, they are on paper. They are a medical doctor. So do you automatically say they're going to say, well, he's a surgeon or she's a surgeon? Then you say, hey, he can automatically operate on people? No, you have to know their skill sets, their backgrounds and all of that, because you don't know what's going to happen. Attorney Patrick talked about not only civil, but there are certain cases within the statute of criminal. So I think we want to guard against that. But on the other hand, we're not saying you just come to the great state of Texas and not be eligible, but there have to be requirements. I love the idea what Dr. Barti was saying about the CEUs. I know we have to do that for open record training. We have to do that for make sure we have ethics every year and all of that. That's a requirement. So why not? And I don't know who Sarah and Attorney Spinks would, you would have to do that for, who would, in other words, who would be responsible for this intro to the great state of Texas requirements for it to be an LMFT supervisor specifically. But something I think needs to be established so that people can know, if you come to the great state of Texas, not just Texas, the great state of Texas, a state that saved World War II US and allies by oil and gas alone. This state did that by itself. So you come to the great state of Texas, there are expectations. And I think people need to understand that. And I love the idea, Dr. Barti, I don't know who could do that, what committee would come up with that, but I think that's a great idea to say, if you come to this state, there are expectations. that have to be clearly defined. Not that you're being anti-competitive, Attorney Spinks, but you are enhancing competition by knowing what the rules are, right? If you don't know what the rules are, it's hard to play the game. But if you know what the rules are, you can get on the field and say, I did that, I'm now eligible, I'm respected by the colleagues, although I'm coming from Maryland or California, for example, to the great state of Texas, then you now accept it because you have passed the expectations and you've done it. The jurisprudence exam, learn about the great state of Texas and our culture, because I think in many ways, Mr. Francis, you're correct. It's not only just the science, but it is the culture. And we are unique people. I, like Ms. Smith and others, native born Texan, we have this unique and quirky, go ahead and say it, personality. That's our history. So we're part Southern, but it heavily influenced by Western. Boots and cowboy hats and ranches and farms, etc. Some people don't like that. And they even said that when a certain company moved here after 50 years in California, and they moved here, and some people said, I just can't do Texas. Well, thank you, but we appreciate that. And if you remember, Madam Chair, we even had the double count that the previous chair called the state, and they couldn't even explain how do you double count classes and courses, and how do we count those? For the staff, they were like having a nightmare because they couldn't understand how to count their lessons. Now, I know I'm going a little long. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board, but I think it's important for us to remember all of these lessons, and so that as we vote, a review, et cetera, Attorney Spinks and Ms. Fossil, that we as a board, and particularly for people coming to the great state of Texas, understand what the expectations are. I'll yield.
Dr. Elder, did you have another comment?
Okay, sorry. So I'm actually not opposed at all to amending the definition as proposed in the materials we were provided. And I think that we would then, I assume, based on the discussion, send it to Rules Committee to add a rule about LMFT supervision ethics for Texas rules.
Would actually go to the Licensing Standards Committee because they handle standards. So it would so it'd go to the Licensing Standards Committee regarding supervision.
So my question is, do we want to add CEs for Texas rules for only LMFT supervisors coming into Texas from a different jurisdiction? Or do we want to add it for supervisors in general? Just across the board?
Well, I think the problem with adding it for supervisors across the board is they already can complete a 40-hour course. They've already been licensed for 3 years. I'm sorry, Rick, did you have something you wanted to say?
Well, I think you're sort of covering it, but it's completely fine to send that rule to another committee for them to work and develop and workshop as well. I mean, currently anybody that's becoming a supervisor, whether they're out of state, in state, they all have to do that 40-hour, either that 40-hour or the different elements in that. So it's the same for everyone. I would just caution against having separate standards for out of state people and in-state people, because it's disparate treatment of we really should be treating people the same. And so we set a standard and everybody needs to meet that same standard. And I think we're going to run into some significant issues if we start doing that, but I don't want to cut short the discussion about it. You could certainly discuss changing that rule. The only issue is the only rule on the agenda is the 801.2 rule. So that's the only one we can vote on to send to the council to propose. So
my question, Attorney Hyde, would be, can we, I mean, it seems like maybe instead of setting a separate rule, it would just be clarifying that we can count out-of-state experience towards the supervisor's license.
I mean, I think if based on the definition change, I think that we would apply the rule the same way, whether or not they're been licensed 15 years in Maryland, and then they come in, they apply, and they get licensed with us, and then they want to get supervised. we would count that the same way as if they've been licensed here for 15 years. So I think we would be treating them the same, but correct me if I'm wrong. Daryl, you look like you wanted to say something.
No, I mean, here's the frank answer to that, Chair Merchant, is staff are going to, we have to really follow BHEX and the statutory definition, which doesn't have that phrase licensed by the council in it. So and I think what I heard you saying is if we just leave this rule alone and say we interpret it a different way, staff are going to follow the statutory definition. So we're basically going to be following what I'm suggesting this rule become, the proposed change to this rule, because we're going to have to follow that, because I think that's going to keep us out of trouble should anybody ever bow up on us and say, you're not letting me use my time as an LMFT in North Carolina here. And so my job is to try to keep the car out of the ditch and keep us out of trouble. If one of my concerns is if you don't change the rule, then we're still stuck with this definition that puts us in this circular problem that Patrick had showed y'all earlier. We've got to do something to fix that problem. I don't know how to do that without you can't really do that just through an interpretation, because you get into the whole ad hoc rule making and all that fun stuff. You got to change that so that we don't get stuck applying a definition that creates a trap for applicants. And then I think you can go back to the licensing standards committee with this other rule y'all are talking about. But I would reiterate Patrick's concerns there. It gives me a little bit of pause when we start talking about treating folks differently, based upon where they're from or whether that there's just something about that. And I think you're going to probably send up some red flags over at the Regulatory Compliance Division, who will have to review that rule, because it will trigger an anti-competitive review by the governor's office. I can guarantee it.
Dr. Merchant, what is your concern about the proposed rule change?
Well, I just want to say, I feel like as a board, we're all pretty open to allowing supervisors from out of state. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we're all pretty open to allowing that, licensure by endorsement, or, however you want to say it. I don't know that I actually really have like a terrible, huge concern about the actual rule change that's before us. I guess my only concern about it is just clarity. I don't know that I necessarily like it when rules refer to other rules, because it doesn't, to the user, it's not necessarily user friendly. So I think that my desire would just be to have it actually, like, let's just restate the definition, and I know that might create difficulty in the future if the statute changes, then we have to go back and change our, whatever. But to me, that's a small inconvenience. So the only other piece of clarity that I feel like it comes by saying somebody licensed by the council. It's just clarity for the, clarity for the reader of the rules, that they realize that we're talking about people who are licensed by the board. So
I have that exact same concern, that it needs to say in our rules somewhere that to practice in Texas as an LMFT, you have to be licensed by this board. And so I'm wondering, I know that's in statute because I found it, but is it in rule as well? Is that restated in rule?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's in rule. That's under BHEX rules. BHEX sets out that if you're going to be licensed, if you're going to practice marriage and family therapy, if you're going to do anything that would be defined as marriage and family therapy, you got to be practiced, or you got to be exempt from the rules. So that's in rule.
That makes me feel better.
Can we, based on Dr. Elder, Attorney Spinks, can we make it clear, I don't know, bold it or something so people understand what you just said, so that people won't come before the board and say, couldn't find it. I'm not as, I don't work as assiduously as Dr. Elder. I can't find it. I can't see it. Whatever. You want to minimize the excuse for not knowing what the rules are. I hope my question is clear to you.
Yes, sir, it is. I don't know what more I can do other than put it in the law. It is in the law, and everyone is charged with knowledge of the law, and ignorance of that law. It will be no excuse for the enforcement of that law. I do make that plain in a lot of my emails to people who are, I can tell, are kind of flirting with the notion of, I can't find it. I don't see it. It's not, I don't agree that it's as clear. I make it pretty well known that, well, it's clear to us. And if you do it, I'm going to come after you for it. So that's really where I think you drive the point home, is if somebody's flirting with that idea and they get in touch with us, we kind of let them know we're going to come after you if you do it.
Well, Director Spinks, how do you feel about what Dr. Merchant said, which I agree, referring to a different statute somewhere else is confusing. What about just restating the statute definition in our rules instead of referring to the statute?
I'm not going to die on that hill. So, I mean, if that's what y'all want to do, that's fine. I would like to, I always try to strive for consistency in the language, and I would like it to match BHEC's definition, but if y'all want the statutory definition copied verbatim in y'all's, I'm not going to die on that hill. That's fine.
Okay, I need to see the differences. I don't remember what the difference between BHEC and statute is.
The BHEC refers to the statute is what it does. So what is in the proposal is exactly what's in the BHEC rule. It doesn't have the wording from the statute. I think that's the difference. Right? I think.
That's my understanding of it, is that BHEC just says refer to the statute for the definition, whereas in our rules, if we persist down this road, we would actually give the definition instead of referring to statute. And I'll just go on record saying that's my preference.
There you go.
Okay, where do we go from here? Do we have a motion? Or is there any discussion?
Well, just one other thing, because I also like the idea, but I'm not, as Attorney Spinks was saying, I'm not going to die on that hill. It's not a big deal, but it could be a deal to have it say, use the terminology as per 502.002 of the Occupations Code. That we can define it and then point to the Occupations Code within that same sentence. And BHEC says, let's just go to the code. And we say, well, here's what it is, and go to the code. So if that offers a little bit of a clarification for everybody, I think that's fine. But I also like the idea of trying to be in sync with what BHEC is doing, and trying to be as consistent and redundant if need be in that regard.
This is Dr. Elder. So I absolutely think that we need to put the wording so that in our rules, it's extremely clear to our licensees how we define these terms. I'm absolutely okay with what Dr. Barty has suggested, which is give the definition and then say as whatever the legal wording is, if we feel we need to add the reference to the statute there. However, I just want to go on record as saying, I think it's a slippery slope to say that our rules need to verbatim echo statute at all times. And I think in this case, given the constraints that are placed on LMFTSs coming from other jurisdictions based on the current wording, I'm fine with changing it for statute, but I don't think that it's important that our rules echo statute verbatim at all times.
I agree with you on that, Dr. Elder. And I think kind of my primary, issue with this change is just that I feel like I'd rather just address the issue that we want to address. So if we want to address the issue of supervisors being able to come into Texas and be supervisors, I'd rather create a pathway for that, or, you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather just address that problem than just rewriting our definition in order to solve this problem. But again, this isn't a big hill I'm planning on dying on. So I am open to the will of the board. My only issue would just be, I don't like it when rules refer to other rules. So I'd rather have, just for clarity for our licensees, the definition and the reference to statute.
Madam Chair, should the motion be that we refer this to the Rules Committee to add it into our rules for clarity's sake? Is that what would please the board?
I mean, we could, if y'all feel like there's further discussion that needs to happen, we could refer this to the Rules Committee, or if we feel like as a board that we're just ready to make the motion and make the change, then we can just, I would,
Make it based on this.
yeah. So I would entertain either motion. If y'all feel like further discussion, then we can refer it to the Rules Committee, or if you feel like we have enough discussion to be able to make a decision today, then we can make a decision today.
Is it possible, Madam Chair, to accept the proposal as it is, and at the same time, make the change in our rules for clarity's sake?
You can only change the rule that's on the agenda. Am I
Okay.
misunderstanding your question?
No, I was just trying to address Dr. Elder's and Chair Merchant's concern about just making this as clear as possible for our customers and our users. That's just trying to get both of those things done at the same time.
I suppose that somebody could make, I mean, a possible motion would just be that we will amend the rule to include the definition and the reference. That would be, right?
This is Dr. Elder. I make a motion that we accept the proposed amendment with the addition of adding the definition from 502.002 into the rules.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? Okay, if you are in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay.
Chair Merchant.
Madam Chair?
Chair Merchant, I want to go on record that I like Maryland and I like North Carolina. Just in case I start getting emails from anyone.
Board Member Smith, I was stationed in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for 36 glorious months, and I've been to Maryland named after Queen Mary. That's what it means, a land of Mary. So
exactly. So I just wanted to put that out there for a little levity as well.
with that, Madam Chair, can we take a break? Just asking.
Mr. Francis, did you want to break as well?
I did. I was going to ask, can we take a 30-minute break? Because that would put us at, we're currently at 12 o'clock. Oh, sorry, 11 for you, 12 for me. And as I've been sitting here drinking Diet Coke this whole time, I would love to put some food in my system to balance out the acid. So if we could go for 30 minutes, that would be wonderful.
Let's do that then. Let's take a 30-minute break. So we will resume at 11:30.
Thank you much.
Okay.
Sarah, your mic's still hot.
Sarah, actually, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Anthony?
Yes.
I have frozen up on everybody. I can't see anybody's pictures. So I'm going to leave and reboot Zoom. Will you need to allow me back in when I come back?
You should
Or
be
can
able to.
I don't want to
come
mess
in,
anything.
But I'll stay on until you come back in. And if you still have trouble, you
Okay.
could
Let
call
me
in
do-
by phone and I can promote you.
Okay. I don't know what happened. All of a sudden our internet here started lagging and I was having problems. So I'm going to go out and come right back in.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see and hear me now?
I can.
Hey, I can see and hear you now. So before everybody was blacked out. Okay.
There's-
Thank you. I think I'm good.
I recall there was in the news some difficulty with internet.
Sorry.
I recall hearing in the news that there was some
Then it just lagged.
difficulty. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think we're lagging again though. I'm talking over you and yeah.
Yeah. So if you still have trouble, you might call in by phone and I'll look into it. And our IT person has just said that Zoom is having some server issues. So maybe as people finish their other meetings, Zoom will be able to give us more bandwidth. I don't know how that all works. So hang in there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everybody, so far. Still waiting on a couple more to join us.
Thank you. Same to you. So, Madam Chair, thank you for that break. It allowed me both to get food and to transition to my sister's house from the hotel, all in 27 minutes. And
Wow.
so the timing was perfect.
Excellent. Excellent.
You're like Superman, Mr. Francis.
No, just used to moving fast.
Plus, I'm also glad, Mr. Francis, I'm also glad that you clarified what you were drinking was Diet Coke.
Yeah.
I thought, is he in China? Is he having like a glass of wine with dinner? So,
You know, I am so used to, my mom was a stickler about using cutware, right? And crystal. And I don't go that far, but I do tend to pour my drink into a glass wherever I am and drink from a glass because of that, but not to the degree or standard that she would probably prefer me to do. So I do that to honor her. And also it's just so ingrained in me that I don't think about it. And when you mentioned it, I was thinking, oh, it's a dark liquid. This probably does look a little weird on screen. So no, it was nothing, nothing other than Diet Coke, because I couldn't get Coke Zero this morning, or iced tea for that matter. I don't know why that's a problem here.
Mr. Francis, anyone that knows you would already know that you would be drinking Diet Coke and not be doing that. So thank you for allowing me. Thank you for allowing me to heckle you just a little bit.
Truly my pleasure.
Okay. Well, we were all here. Here we go. Okay, so we are all back in attendance. So let's go ahead
I just
and
spilled
resume.
water all over my computer when he was doing his water. I picked mine up and poured it everywhere. So I'm getting a towel.
Oh. Okay, well, let us resume our meeting then. Okay, so over the break, Dr. Elder asked about supervision, going back to the last agenda item. And if we do want to refer that to the Licensing Standards Committee, is that the will of the board? Do we want the Licensing Standards Committee to explore these supervision options?
This is Dr. Elder. I absolutely understand Director Spinks's position that we can't have different requirements for LMFT supervisors who are coming into the state using reciprocity versus those who are currently in the state. However, I would, so the only option that I see is either only requiring the JP exam for them or taking some of our current LPC ethics and making it specific to Texas rules, like the LPC board has done, so that out of the required ethics, some of it would be required to be focused on Texas rule. And that might not apply specifically when they first come in, but it would require that on a continual basis as they renew their LMFT supervisor license. Just a thought as a middle ground there.
Dr. Elder, I'm in a total agreement to looking at our current standards for licensure for supervisory for LMFTs in the state of Texas and making it to where to get that designation, whether you're coming from within or you're already here, that it would also include some information about the Texas government, about Texas legislator, about Texas laws and rules. So I think that transferring it over and having us look at that, what we require, what it takes, It's been a long time since I got certified as supervisor, so I honestly don't remember everything that was in that packet. So I would really be in favor of looking that over for LMFT.
Then why don't, do we have to have a motion in order to ask the Licensing Standards Committee to address this? Okay, then I'm just going to direct the Licensing Standards Committee to explore this, and we will explore it at our next meeting. Okay, let's move on then to the next item on the agenda, which is, I believe, 12B. And this is concerning the application to take the licensure examination. So just a little bit of kind of history on this. Essentially, the Licensing Standards Committee considered this because it takes so long for somebody who is applying to sit for the AMFTRB exam. I mean, as y'all saw in that in our form earlier, it was like 158 days or something is kind of the average. And so part of that is because in our rule, actually, I'm going to see if I can pull up that rule so that way y'all can see it. I'm going to.
I have it.
Oh, Sarah, are you going to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So this is our rule as it's written currently, 801.74. And basically it says an applicant must submit, and then under 1, all requirements and council rules 22, Texas, blah, 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 blah. And essentially what that rule says is that somebody has to have their completed application, they have to have the national provider database, they have to have their fingerprinting, they have to have an official transcript. Like there's a big long list of things that our students have to have, or that our applicants have to have in order to sit for the licensure exam. And so basically the committee wondered if a way to speed up that process would be to do as I believe some of the other boards do, which is they just have to submit an application and then the board approves them to sit for the licensure exam without having to get like the fingerprinting and the national provider data bank and some of the other requirements. And so that was kind of, that's just kind of the history of this rule. However, I will say that I don't know that I am in favor of the way that this rule, the amendments to the rule here. I think my preference would be just to simply change 1 to a complete application or a complete application as prescribed by the council, and then leave the other items, because the other items, they have to have a government issued photo ID and they have to have the examination security acknowledgement form, and that is a part of AMFTRB requirements. And also, I don't really want to lose number 2, which is that in lieu of an official transcript, they can submit a letter from a college or university official stating they're in good academic standing. So those are kind of my thoughts on the issue, but I want to open it up to the board and to anybody else for comment.
Dr. Merchant, you have absolutely echoed my concern with this proposed amendment. My main thought was that the unintended consequence of this revision would be that they would lose the ability to take the exam in their last semester of graduate school. And I think that that is really important for getting licensed therapists out in the workforce as soon as possible. And also for our licensees who then don't have to wait and wait and wait after they get that degree to move along in the process. So I would absolutely agree with you to amend 1 as you suggested, and then keep 2, 3, and 4.
I noticed that Daryl was shaking his head. So Daryl, do you want to comment?
Yeah, let me kind of talk to you about what I get to see from a level up here. The way social work, LPC, and the school psychology folks handle it, I'm just going to be candid, is a lot better than the way we handle exam approval here and at psychology for psychologists and LPAs. The process y'all use is it's inherently much slower because we require people to come to us, submit a bunch of materials, we have to vet it, then we approve them to sit for the exam, then they go take it. Whereas social workers, since we made changes to them, LPCs and school psychology folks, they all go take the exam before they ever apply with us. That's where you achieve a massive amount of efficiency, is when you can get them to take the exam first. Now, the problem with y'all is y'all got a statute that says they have to apply with you. So what we were trying to do and what we discussed in the committee was, okay, how can we pare this down so that the individual, when they apply with us, they're literally just applying to go sit for the exam. We don't use that government ID for anything other than to check the spelling of your name so that we can enter it into the database so that when you show up to sit for the exam, it matches what is on the ID that you show them. So we don't really need that, to be honest with you. The exam security information form, they can do that at the testing center or when you register for the exam. We don't need to do that. The council requirements, we don't need that at this level. We don't need you fingerprinted in PDB, because if you fail the exam, you're never going to be a licensee anyway. So I kind of get what you're saying about number 2, but there's a way to handle that. And what I was hoping we could accomplish if y'all went with this version of the rule is when somebody applies, we can set it up so that they get an email with the code that allows them to go sit for the exam, and they're done. It changes it from 150 to 160 something days to like 1 day. Candidly, we can even probably stop tracking this as a component of performance measures because it will be automated. Human hands won't touch it here at the agency. They would pay the application fee, check all the boxes, and then it's done. There's an automatic email that goes out with the exam code. They go sit for the exam. They submit that acknowledgement form to AMFTRB. They have to show the government ID whenever they come in. All of that stuff is handled there. And then we would handle the did you get your fingerprints, your NPD background? We would handle all that whenever they pass the exam and come back to us at that point. So we're not trying to water down the rules. We're just trying to drastically speed up the ability for folks to go sit for the exam. Now, taking 2 out does not remove the avenue for you to sit for the exam prior to your degree conferral. That's in the statute. You get that. That's not going away. And what we can do is, in lieu of having somebody submit a letter, there's some database issues here. In lieu of having somebody upload a letter, which somebody is then going to visually have to check and manually tick a box that says, okay, it's been submitted. That slows everything down. We can make it so that they sign and check an acknowledgement online as part of the application saying, I am enrolled. And then if they don't, then we hammer them on the back end. You basically can say, you're not getting in. We're not going to let you in. You lied to us. Or you can assess whatever kind of eligibility order you want, just like you did with the applicant earlier today. So this is designed to really kind of speed up the process. Now, it doesn't really take away what they have to submit. We're just shifting it to the timeline of when they have to submit it. They wouldn't be submitting it pre-sitting for the exam. They'll submit it to us after they pass the exam. Candidly, if they don't pass the exam, it saves everybody a lot of work. We don't have to keep up with all this junk, and they didn't have to submit it. So I don't see a lot of downside to this, but.
So I was under the impression that I did think that it was AMFTRB that required us to have a copy of their ID, but you're saying that that's not a requirement? No, we just use the ID to make sure that when we're entering their name into the database, that we've got it spelled correctly. That's my understanding in talking with licensing staff. Okay. Tim, am I wrong? He may not be at his desk.
So my understanding, when staff issued a unique exam code, that if they showed up with a driver's license that didn't match what we had entered in AMFTRB, that they would not sit for the exam. So we're then placing that burden for that accuracy on the applicant examinee.
Correct. Correct. But if they don't enter the correct information that matches the driver's license they use when they show up, they're not going to be allowed to sit for the exam. So you get the same measure of protection there. You just take it off of us having to enter it.
Okay, Attorney Spinks and Mr. Tim Spear, like your haircut, Mr. Spear. How would they know what the expectations are if these changes go into effect per the board's approval? Attorney Spinks and Mr. Spear, how would the applicant know what the expectations are if we shifted it to what you're recommending?
Well, apart from the actual rule changes itself, we would have to change our how-to guides on the website. Kind of the user information, the step-by-step guides we publish on our website telling folks how to do these things, how to apply for a license. That'll be changed.
And the online application, the questions and what they check off, that would. Okay.
Yeah, we can set those questions. I mean, you can set information in it and create, like we do it for renewals. You got to clear certain boxes before you can proceed. Like for fingerprints, for example, we make everybody kind of clear a box that says, I understand I got to get fingerprinted for BHEC. You can do that kind of stuff in the database.
And I hear what you're saying, Attorney Spinks, you and Mr. Spear. I'm not doubting that. Something that Mr. Francis talked about earlier is customer service and customer satisfaction and client satisfaction. My concern initially is, this is a footnote, not a mandate, but my concern is that the staff would be probably initially overwhelmed with inquiries because it wasn't like this. I don't understand. Let me appeal, that kind of thing, because you shifted. So how do we preclude staff being inundated with all kinds of unnecessary questions that I hope will answer in the beginning, but because it's a cultural shift, requirement wise for the exam, and then the rest is added on. And like you said, Attorney Spinks, then we can hammer them if they don't pay attention to the rules. How do we preclude that? How do we minimize this if possible, if I'm being clear? How are you?
We use
I have
outreach.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll do our basic outreach, which is going to include blast emails and work with the associations to get the word out. We've already done this once with social work, and we didn't have the deluge of difficulties, and the social work model was much larger. If my recollection is correct, in the space of 3 months, they received like around 1,600 or 1,700 applications for exam eligibility. And so 1,600 or 1,700 people figured out how to do it without having to deluge us because of the way we planned the outreach, et cetera. So I don't think that there's going to be a major issue with the licensee applicant population figuring out how to do it correctly.
Dr. Barty?
Yeah, I was going to say, number one, I'm in favor of streamlining this whole process because from an educational perspective and from someone who's a supervisor working with people, getting this down, I'm in favor of the change with all the strikeouts, because I think this says, here's what you're going to do, and you need to do it. But then when nobody really goes to this, they go to BHEC page, and they say, because Chaplain Stongland, there's not going to be much confusion, I don't think, because we're really talking about first timers. First timers don't have a history of how it used to be. The ones that are going to have an issue with it are supervisors who might be seeing that it's doing it different. But I think with BHEC coming in and continuing to ramp up and enrich the website, which is great. I really like the step-by-step because it breaks it down, and having them follow these processes that's outlined at the BHEC level on the website. Here's what you need to do: step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and that makes it much more practical on how to implement this type of change. So I'm in favor of leaving it here at this level, this high level, because this doesn't have to be specific. I think the specifics are going to be outlined in the BHEC page in the how to. Here's what you do first, here's what you do second, here's what you do third, along those lines. And that's my understanding. Is that Director Spinks kind of the way that things flow?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, in terms of the letter, they would be able to just check a box that says, I'm either graduated, either have a qualifying degree, or I'm in my last semester. For their ID, it would be their responsibility, or we would have a note on there to make sure that it says, make sure that your ID matches this application. And then the ESAF is something that they can fill out at the exam location. They don't have to have that ahead of time.
That's something that we can work with AMFTRB to see, how do you want them to get that? I'll work with Lois over at AMFTRB on that.
Because it also might be possible just to include it in the application.
Yeah, like a link to it or something if it's on the web. Yeah.
Okay.
This is Dr. Elder. So I apologize. I was having a little bit of glitchy connection issues if this was already covered, but I just wanted to make sure that we have addressed any possible vendor limitations and make sure that we're doing everything AMFTRB says we can do with this change. And second of all, I would like to hear more about what Mrs. Fasshold mentioned, which is each applicant has to have their own little code in order to sit for the exam. So how do we still have to check with AMFTRB to get that? How is that remedied?
No, I've already worked with Lois at AMFTRB on all of this. What I want to do, you're right. Right now we are issuing individual codes and it's a gigantic pain in the rear on all parties involved. So what we would do is they would issue us a unique code for Texas, and I've actually already developed it. Just told them what I want it to be, how I want it to read. But and that code will then be embedded in the email that goes out to the applicant saying, okay, you've now applied, we received your money, your application's been approved. Here's your code to go test. It will be the same for all applicants. And the reason we have to do it that way is I had talked with AMFTRB. I visited with them. I'm like, can y'all do it like ASWB is doing? And like, I forget who does the LPC exam, what that entity is, but yeah, I wanted them to see, can y'all do it like that? And they were like, no, we really don't have that capability. So I said, all right, what's the closest we can get to it? Because I want as little human involvement in it as possible to speed it up. And so this was kind of the middle ground that we struck upon. You use a unique code. It's the same code really for everybody, but it goes out in the email. That was the compromise.
Okay, so I think that's a great compromise. My question, just being devil's advocate here, is then how does that play out when one student says, it's the same code for everybody here, go ahead, sign up, and they haven't gone through the process of filling out that acknowledgement form or doing anything with the board before they go and sit for the exam?
Then they won't get licensed with us because they haven't applied to sit for the exam, so that exam score won't count. We're not going to accept it.
Okay.
Because they have to apply with us. The law says they have to.
Okay.
And if they go steal that code or they share a code and somebody takes it, too bad. You just wasted whatever the exam fee is. You just spent $400 for nothing because I'm not going to take it.
Okay.
Because that bypassed us.
Correct.
They can't do an end around.
It's illegal.
Because they have, right.
Yeah. I mean, the law says thou shalt come here.
I like this.
So what about the fee? Would we still require them to pay the licensing fee to sit for the exam, or would they not pay the licensing fee until they actually apply for their associates?
You have to still charge the fees because we have to generate the revenue. Okay. I think we're going to be handling this at BHEC's meeting. This is going to come up in a rule that's coming before BHEC. I think what we're doing is because, let me see, no, that's the issuance fee and the application fee. No, they're still going to have to pay the application fee to sit for the exam. What we're combining at BHEC is the application fee after you've passed the exam, and then I think the license issuance fee. Y'all charge two different fees for that, and we're combining those into one at BHEC because of some database issues. But
so is it? So are there going to be almost like three applications: an application to sit for the exam, an application for your LMFT associates, and an application for an upgrade? Because right now we only have two. We just have the application for the upgrade and we have the application for the LMFT associates, which includes the application to sit for the exam. So Does that make sense?
No, well, I don't know that that's quite right. Tim, they have 3 right now, don't they? I know there's 3 in the system.
The third one might be for a transfer from another jurisdiction.
You have the exam eligibility app for the LMFTA, and then you would have the upgrade. So there's 3. And then of course you've got, if you come in from out of state.
It's not an increase in the number of applications. All it really is a change in the way the first application is handled.
Yeah.
So with the first application, instead of having to go through all the hoops to get your exam code, you're getting your exam code immediately. So New York already does it this way. So this is, and they have had 0 trouble with it. AMFTRB is completely on board. It's not something that is going to be completely unique or something that they're going to have to gauge on the fly, because New York is already doing it.
Okay. So technically, when they issue that, when they make that first application, it's still technically an application for their LMFT associates. They still have to pay the application fee and all that kind of fun stuff. They just get the code immediately instead of having to jump through all those other hoops.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Spinks, is there any charge to us when they apply to take the test? Do the codes cost us anything, or is there any percentage that we have to pay? So if we had a difference of 100 codes versus 1,000 codes, is it the same cost to us?
Yeah, there's no difference. And I don't think they charge us anything for those codes.
Correct.
Okay.
Their revenues are generated based on the exam fee that they charge for taking the exam. There isn't any cost to the state.
Okay.
I have to say, I really like the fact that this would be automated, as Director Spinks said, and that way it's completely taken out as a performance measure because they get it immediately, and it's one less thing that can be held against us as far as efficiency.
You know, another good aspect to it is, well, I said from my perspective, it's good, is that right now they would have to provide us with a letter from the university or whoever saying, okay, I'm enrolled in this program. Then later they would have to provide us with a transcript. So that's twice the document. Here, they're just acknowledging it. Later on, then that they'll only have to produce that transcript once to us. So that kind of reduces some of the workload on them. Unless they fib, then it's going to be a nightmare for them. But so there's that. And one of the reasons that one of the reasons why that rule is so stripped down, if you will, we took so much out of it, is because it's a database issue. If y'all leave anything in that rule that staff have to go in and tick off to say, yes, it's received, that kills the ability to send out the automatic email in the database. And it kind of defeats the whole purpose of what we're trying to do here. So that's why I'm kind of pushing so hard to keep that rule as it's been suggested to you, because I want to keep that automation in place if we can.
I do think it would be good to, in that, oh, I'm sorry, Russ.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I do think it's important in that automated email that it says that this is not approval to, this is not qualified to be an LMFT. This does not mean that you are going to get your license, like that whole disclosure. And also do not share this with anybody because anyways, so.
Yeah.
Dr. Barty.
Yeah, so just to clarify, if there's a student in their last semester and they want to take the exam, they're going to apply for the LMFT associate license. They're going to check the second box, because the first box on the page is going to say, or the application is, I'm a graduate and I'm going to be and you're going to get the transcript and all these other kind of things that you need to do. The second box says, I'm a graduate student, I'm anticipating graduating, and I'll send my official transcript, and that link is then going to go to another checklist that says we don't have their transcript yet. The first one says we've got your transcript. The second one says we're going to get your transcript right after you graduate. Regardless, they both get to take the exam either before graduation or after they've received their transcript, which speeds up the whole process. Is that right?
Correct.
See, that's slick from an academic perspective. That really dummies the whole process down from from us informing students on the expectations in the process so that they can graduate and already have the ducks in a row and transition into LMFT associate much faster.
So, Mr. Spinks, what are the potential downsides? We've heard a lot of positive and good things, but I always like to know what the potential liability is, or what's the downside? Where's the potential gap out? What could go wrong doing this?
Concerns about exam validity, somebody just paying whatever the application fee is, getting the code going and sitting for the exam. To me, that's the first thing that pops into my mind. Now, candidly, that is not really so much our concern as it is AMFTRB. They own the exam. And if they're comfortable with it, it's already been in play in New York. They hadn't had any problems with it. You know, that's kind of that's both sides of that argument. That's the first thing that pops into my mind. The other one that we talked about, I think, in the committee that I recall was, what do you do if somebody like shares the code? Or how do you make sure that the individual isn't fibbing to you that they're in their sophomore year of bachelor studies, you know, or baccalaureate, you know, and it's, well, when you apply and you find out that they took the exam before they ever got their degree or way too early, you're gonna have to hit them. You're going to have to sanction people to make sure you have a deterrent effect there. So here's the thing, given the rule following nature of these professions just tend to be pretty good rule followers. I don't have a lot of heartburn about that. Our disciplinary rate is pretty low across all the professions. They're all pretty well behaved. So I can't say that's not a possibility, but I don't think it's not anything that scares me away from it. But that is a possibility.
When we get the results from a student taking the exam, do we see at the same time how many times they've taken the exam previously? Will we be notified, oh, hey, by the way, this person took the exam last year also?
We get exam results, whether they pass or fail, and we record that, both of those in the database. And we receive a report that aggregates just numbers, not by individual name, and it shows how many people were repeat exam takers rather than first-time exam takers.
But that does raise a question, because right now in BHEC rules, you can only take the exam 3 times. So if the code is not unique, what's going to stop somebody from taking it 4 or 5 or 6 times? Like, what's going to stop them from doing that?
Yeah. I can't remember I know I talked with Lois about that, and I can't remember now what we talked about. I know one of the things that she and I talked about was, once you fail the exam, I think it's once or twice, the likelihood of you passing the thing drops exponentially. So the likelihood of you ever becoming licensed once you're a repeat failure like that, it's not very likely that you're eventually going to get licensed once you fail that thing more than once. So I'm not sure that would ever really be an issue for us. In other words, you're worried about an incompetent individual getting lucky on the exam and
No,
getting licensed.
Just like, because right now our rule says that you have, you can only take it 3 times in a year, and then if you've taken it more than 3 times, you have to submit like a study plan.
Yeah.
But I just would imagine that people will not be aware of that and they'll just bypass it. You know what I mean? If we have one unique code, I would see them just going and.
Well, I think I don't know. Let me talk with Lois, but there may be something we can put in there. I can't remember what we talked. Let me just talk to her about that.
Okay.
I don't,
like, it might flag it on her end where it might flag this person's 4th time to take it, and then that might she might
kill that code so that they have to come back to us. I'll see if they can do that.
Well, I would think, that's an AMFTRB thing, that if somebody passes it, they move into a different category of eligibility, but that would be them. And I think as far as using the same code, Director Spinks, correct me if I'm wrong, but when somebody makes application and then we send them the code, you send their full name to AMFTRB, right?
Correct.
Okay. So then somebody can't take the code and log on to take the exam if AMFTRB does not have their name to correlate with that.
Correct.
So they won't be able to use an errant code if they're not authorized by us to do so, because we're the ones that provide the name of eligibility. And that matches up at AMFTRB. And I would think that if somebody passes it, that AMFTRB says, yay. If they don't pass it, that it goes into an ineligible stack that requires a repeat of the process. They would have to have their name resubmitted again to retake the test. Is that correct?
Not from us. Under this scenario, they would not.
They have an ability to take the exam multiple times within the time frame that the application is good, which in rules is 1 year. But because of the registration process and the timing that the exams are offered, it's difficult for an applicant to take the exam more than 3 times within 1 year.
And I think AMFTRB has some caps on the amount of time, the number of times you can take it within a year time frame or something. Most of these organizations do, I've noticed.
And I suspect, like the ASWB scenario where the applicant applies directly for their social work exam with that vendor, if that vendor has any problem, they communicate with staff and make sure that there's no deficiency or discrepancy. So I imagine some kind of process like that would be put in place for AMFTRB.
Mr. Spinks, right now the process, as I hear it, is that we initiate creating a file for an applicant when they come to us asking for permission to take the test. So the initiation point would then be, once an applicant passes the exam, we receive the results. That starts the generation of a file creation for that applicant. Is that correct, Ms. Fasshold? Is that the way it would then work?
The record is created when the user submits an online application.
So when they apply for permission to take that exam and get the code, it actually creates the file in our database for them then. Now, there's a different time frame right now, and this is something that we're working on in that standardization committee that the BHEC has got, is when you've got 1 year to submit everything that is needed in order to have a complete application. So technically they would have a year to get us everything that's needed in order to seek exam approval. Well, that ought to be really easy. It's just your name and your money, basically. Then once they're approved, it automatically opens up the second application, if I'm remembering correctly. And that they then have a year to complete the exam and get us everything they need to get licensed. So we already have the information. We will have already captured a lot of the information that is needed, the biographical and demographic type information from them on that in that very first application. It will simply carry over to the actual license application in the system later.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions? Is anybody willing or ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the recommendations for this change as presented.
Second. I second this.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise their hand. Okay, that is unanimous, so the motion passes. Okay, next item on the agenda. Number 13, discussion and possible action regarding public comment on the proposed rule and recommendation to the Executive Council concerning 801.205, remedy for incomplete license requirements. Remind me, do we need to go through and read each comment? Do we need to read them aloud? Do we just tell me about how the process for how this part works?
So I'm seeing Darrell shake his head. In the past, we had the board provide a response for each comment, so that could be included in the preamble. Is that handled differently under BHEC?
It is, yeah. Patrick and I will draft the responses for the council. the responses actually come from the council.
On the council. Thank you.
Yeah, now, really what we're here today is to you don't have to read the comments aloud. You just have to have read them and let them inform your decision making here today. That's the purpose of those comments. What we're here today is to decide whether or not we want to recommend adoption, withdrawal, tabling, whatever of this rule to the council.
It seemed to me that since we're all in favor of adopting this rule, is there any discussion or questions from the board?
Can I just clarify, Daryl, are you saying we don't have to have 14-hour meetings when we pass you're my new favorite person.
Don't ask questions. He may change his mind.
I'm muting myself now.
Okay. If there's no discussion, is there a motion?
I'll gladly make the motion to accept this.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of accepting the proposed amendment, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. So motion passes. Woohoo! Okay, I was afraid that was going to be like a 10-hour part of our meeting. So
when will this go into effect so that applicants, associates can really use that exception?
I'm going to take it to the meeting in August, along with the definition that y'all proposed the change to earlier. I'll take those two rules to the council in August. And then as soon as it's, what is it, Brenda, 20 days after it's published in the register, it goes into effect? Yeah. So pretty quick.
September 1st, October 1st.
No, it would be probably possibly around the 10th would be sent to the register, and then it'd be 20 days after that.
Now, I will tell y'all, I'm telling myself here a little bit, but when you have a rule change that benefits applicants or licensees and doesn't impose any kind of regulatory burden or additional fee on them, a lot of times we will treat those as just being effective immediately once they're published in the register. We don't necessarily wait, because who's going to complain? Nobody's going to gripe about getting the benefit of a rule. People only complain whenever they get the bad end of it. So, I'm probably going to get sued now because I said that, but well, Patrick will have to deal with it, not me.
It'll be published in the register in September 10th-ish. Is that what
Should
you
be,
said?
yeah, should be sometime in September.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, thank y'all. Then let's look at number 14. Report and update regarding Attorney General opinion regarding the Executive Council's authority to rules to impose disciplinary action for certain discriminatory conduct by licensees. Daryl, are you going to take over this part, or do y'all have?
I don't mean to put Daryl on the spot. This was included on the agenda because it was part of the board administrator's report in January. And there was quite a lot of discussion about it from this committee. The rule that was in question and prompted the request for the AG's opinion is a social work board rule. And this material was provided for your information and for your update. So if you have any questions about it, that might be the place to start, unless you want some kind of scenario or synopsis.
There's a number of documents here, and I wouldn't mind appreciating a little story time, short intro to the issue.
Oh, I thought I was your new best friend. What happened here? Why are you doing this to me?
I was going to say, you may really regret asking for that.
Okay, this came about whenever the social work board they were proposing a bunch of changes to the rules when they first come under BHEC, and they were having joint meetings with BHEC. Long story short, a rule had been proposed that contained contained language that prohibited discrimination against these certain classes based on gender identity, expression, disability, etc. When the rule was adopted, based upon comments and input from the governor's office, those protections were stripped out of the rule. in the adoption of it. And of course, that caused a firestorm. So what I did, because I knew we had it was a joint meeting between the social work board and the council when that adoption, or when that vote to adopt took place. And the council was having a meeting literally a couple of weeks later. What I did was I sat on that. I didn't actually send it over to the Texas Register, which is a little bit of a no-no, and I probably shouldn't do that, but I did it. So we, at the council meeting, they then voted to table that, to withdraw it, kind of take it back, if you will. And instead, they then requested an attorney general opinion to see whether or not do we have the authority to have those specific protected terms in our rules when they're not in the underlying statute. So that's how we got the attorney general opinion. AG Paxton, we issued that before, we requested the opinion before the legislature began, in hopes that in hopes that the legislature would fix the problem and we would kind of all be absolved of having to deal with this ourselves. We were told by several legislators that showed up at our meetings and kind of fussed at us that they were going to file bills on it. They never did. Nothing ever came about of it. And as a result, AG Paxton issued this opinion on the very last day that he could, and it was after the legislature had gavelled out. So I then took this opinion to the social work board, and it met back in July 9th. Sarah, is that right?
That's correct.
And we had to put it to them because this is their rule. And this is one of those rules that BHEC can't change on its own. It has to originate, any change to this type of rule has to originate with the member board. So we put it to the social work board. You know, we had our closed sessions. I can't discuss everything here in an open meeting that we talked there, but had the executive sessions. And after that, that board elected to not take any action, which means the current rule with those terms still in it remains in place. They did not change the rule to match the Attorney General's opinion, to match the changes that the Attorney General said. So nothing's changed in the law. The law never changed, regardless of the votes that took place between the social work board and the council back in October of last year. The law has never changed. But what I did do is I did explain to the board and to the public at that meeting that everybody has got, this is a touchy subject and an issue, especially in today's modern society. And everybody has got to be respectful of the varying sides to this issue. And so what I made clear to the social work board and to the public back then at that meeting was, look, the way the rule is worded, it says you can't discriminate against these people based solely on these factors, you know, gender identity, expression, disability, etc. What I made clear was, look, if you've got a social worker, or in y'all's case, an MFT that says, you know, has somebody come to them and they're like, I'm transitioning from a man to a woman. I want you, Miss Faith-Based Provider, MFT, to provide me with counseling services. And she says, look, that's really not my wheelhouse. I'm not really competent in that, or it's contrary to my religious beliefs and expression, and it would impinge upon my ability to express my religion. I'm going to need to refer you to somebody else. We are not going to prosecute a complaint against that individual, because in doing that, number one, we'd be setting up a catch-22. We'd be telling providers that you've got to provide services that are outside your competency. Well, that's going to violate a host of whole other rules. So we can't do that. And then we also had the Supreme Court came down with a case called Fulton versus City of Philadelphia. And it was just a couple of weeks ago. Long story short, the court said in that opinion that, hey, City of Philadelphia, you can't tell a Catholic adoption charity that they have to vet and recognize same-sex couples because it violates their free expression of religion. Now, the court made it very clear. It said, look, the days of discriminating against the LGBT community are over. But any kind of anti-discriminatory effect, when it bumps up against the First Amendment and the right to expression, there's where it stops. Your constitutional rights prevail over everything. It's a laudable goal, but if you're going to try to tell people or make people, if you're going to preclude people from expressing their religion, not just believing it, but expressing it, they're two different things. It stops there. And so we have to be very, as an agency and as a board, y'all all, and we all have to be very cognizant of that. We have to make sure that we are respecting people's right to expression and not requiring them to do business in scenarios where they're not competent to do it. So we had that kind of a discussion at the social work board meeting. I felt like it was a good discussion. I haven't got any hate mail since the meeting, so I'm going to count that as a as a win. And that's where the issue sits. In theory, this opinion has to go back to the council, and the council is going to have to look at it. Candidly, I don't think the council can do anything though, because this is a rule change. It would have, like I said, would have to come from the underlying member board. The council can't just willy-nilly go, oh, we're going to change it to match the opinion. That statutorily, I don't think we can do that. So I don't think they would anyway, to be honest with you. But anyway, that's where we sit. We're waiting on the council. We'll have to let the council to decide it, but we'll see. But I'm not expecting any earth-shattering revelations at the council meeting just because of the statutory limitations of the body.
Speaking of wheelhouses within mine, are you aware of the story of King Solomon and the dividing of the baby?
I've heard that story a few times.
I think you've found that spot. So
I hope
basically,
so.
if this changes, this is going to change through the courts, correct? Someone's going to sue
Correct.
somebody, and it's going to be them to figure it out, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Spinks. I think that was great. And thank you, Dr. Skoma, for asking your question. And I'm not going to delay this any longer than maybe the next minute and a half to say, Mr. Spinks, your explanation is correct. Because when you start getting into that, you get into canon law, you're getting into First Amendment, you're going to have the Roman Catholic, the Anglican, the liturgical churches, and others. And there's a book called The Right to Silence. And, someone trying to make you divulge confession. You've got issues. And so your explanation is this is a state board, but at the same time, within the state board in the practitioner's field, you don't, if you say, hey, I'm not doing that, that's against my religious beliefs and expression, but there are resources available to you. If you want to utilize those, you can. So I think that is a good explanation of the model of splitting the baby from King Solomon scenario. So thank you again for that.
I have a question, Director Spinks, in that the AG's opinion was clear in their position about the Social Works Board's ability to adopt that rule with that specific wording. But in my reading, what the AG's opinion failed to address was what you requested, the question you asked, which is what are the individual board's authority to promulgate rules regarding scope of practice and ethics? That was left unanswered. So how do we as a board move forward as far as adopting those kinds of rules without any guidance from the AG office?
Have you ever been in a cave when they turn out the lights and you just have to kind of feel your way along the wall and bump your head on a stalactite every now and then? That's what you're doing in this type of an area. I had my old law partner used to tell me whenever you hit an area in the law where you're not sure what the right way to go is, do what you feel is right, and 9 times out of 10, the law is going to come down on your side. That's the best advice I can give y'all when you hit an area in rulemaking and you're just not sure what the AG or the courts are going to say. You just have to do what you think is the right thing to do, and then 9 times out of 10, the law is going to come down on your side. That's the best advice I can give you. Sorry, that's as good as it gets.
Well, and this is a good example of how a board might come to a conclusion and how that will interface with the AG's office in a positive way or maybe not. And I think that's a good precedent to set, that we can propose something and then see how that's going to play out.
This was an unusual event in that basically Patrick and we talked about, look, if we don't do anything here, we're basically going against we're running contrary to what the AG opinion says. We kind of took comfort in that it's a non-binding opinion. We took comfort in the fact that all agencies and boards like y'all, you have some implied rulemaking authority. You can make rules that aren't, it's like one of y'all mentioned earlier, you don't have to copy a statute verbatim a lot of the time. Some of the times you do, but some of the times you can get away from the verbatim language. But there are some inherent limitations there. You can't just make rules up that are convenient for the agency. They may be in line with your mission, but if they're just convenient for you, that's not necessarily a thing that's going to get you out of trouble. It has to be something that can be tied directly to your authority. So we kind of relied upon all those axioms of administrative law and statutory construction whenever, we basically advised the board, we're comfortable. I was comfortable with leaving the rule like it is, because candidly, if somebody gets sued, it's my name on it that said, I certify that the board has legal authority to adopt this, because I'm the one that's going to have to answer that hard question, more than likely. I was comfortable with that. So I guess to some degree, whenever you're trying to make these, Dr. Elder, when you were saying, how do you make these hard decisions? Some degree I'm in it with you, because mine and Patrick's name is on the bottom line of those preambles as well, saying, yeah, we think they have authority to do it. So I don't know if that helps, but anyway.
Well, how ironic, Mr. Spinks, that the decision came from Philadelphia, the city where the Liberty Bell is. And what did Ben Franklin say when the lady said, sir, we have democracy? And he says, as long as we can uphold the republic and keep democracy and know what it means, we will continue it. How ironic.
Okay, any other further questions, comments, or discussion? Okay, then let's move on to our next agenda item, which is a report from our executive directors. That would be, you're on again, Daryl.
I think I've said enough. I don't have anything else to say.
Okay. Okay.
Unless y'all have a question of me.
Okay. Any question? No other questions for the executive director?
There may be a discussion later about the next meeting when it comes up for announcements and stuff. Do we want to discuss our capacity to meet in person and that kind of thing while we still have Director Spinks with us?
Yeah. I don't know. I can't remember now if we shared with y'all, the governor is going to be pulling the plug on our ability to do the 100% virtual meetings. This will be your last meeting that you can have 100% virtually like this. Going forward, you're either going to have either fully in person, some kind of hybrid meeting. At a minimum, you're going to have the presiding officer, wherever she's at, has to be open to the public. The rest of you can appear virtually. Ideally, that means we're probably going to be inviting Chair Merchant down here to Austin. The bad part is we don't really have the facilities here in the Hobby Building to house y'all in person, all of you. The dental board did it the other day. I need to visit with them to make sure I know they encountered some hiccups, but the dental board had an in-person meeting here the other day, and they used the in-house Wi-Fi, which is, I know they're just their board members, when their cell phones logged onto it, it crashed the Wi-Fi. So I'm a little hesitant to rely upon that type of a system, but we're trying to figure out it. At a minimum, I think probably the presiding member would need to be here. You don't want to do it at your home or your office, because wherever you're at, it has to be open to the public. And the rest of you could appear virtually.
I'm happy to travel to Austin. Okay. I'm curious if it just has to be open to the public. I mean, we have public places at ACU, would be one option, but would this also be a time where we maybe want to consider the board traveling so that we would all meet in one location?
Well, I'm actually going to be visiting with the council about that. I've got that agenda item on the council's agenda to talk about. we've got a budgeting issue that has popped up that caught everybody by surprise, LBB included. And candidly, I may be having to dip into the travel budget to cover this agenda item. So I'm going to visit with the council about that and see if I have to dip into it. I don't really want people running all over the state having meetings, because it's a function that's pretty critical. It has to do with our enforcement side, and I really don't want to compromise that right now or put the brakes on it. But I'm not trying to be cryptic, but
So, Mr. Spink,
and yeah,
I'm sorry, please go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I was going to say basically what has happened. Normally, agencies don't have to pay for the services that they get from the State Office of Administrative Hearings. And we got left out. The psych board was included in it, but when psych board went away and BHEC came up, everybody forgot to include BHEC in SOA's budget rider. That means they cover our services. So I'm going to have to sign a contract that pays on an hourly basis. Right now, we've had 4 cases at SOA, and it's up to like 12 grand right now with 4 cases over there. So, and I know we've already got more than that filed over there because they've already told me that. So we're going to be getting a pretty hefty bill is what I'm afraid of from them. And I've got to be able to figure out how to cover that, because I can't afford to have that stop. If that stops, the whole disciplinary process kind of breaks down.
Why would we not have at this point a surplus in our budget for travel, seeing that we've had COVID up to this time and we set a budget, but we haven't used any of the budget? Why would there not be a surplus showing in that line item?
Well, you will, but that budget goes away on August 31st because we start an all new biennium on September 1st. Right now, you're in the second year of the 2020 to 2021 budget. That money all goes away. We don't get to carry it forward into the next biennium.
Why would we not be able to pre-spend it or pre-allocate it before it goes away?
They won't let you. You can't pay for services received in the next biennium out of this biennium's budget. I don't like that. That's an aggravating point for me too, but they won't let us do it. Normally, if we were just crossing years within a biennium, we can what we call UB forward that money to a new year, but you can't UB forward between bienniums, and that's where we're at. We're at that biennium divide.
Thank you.
If I could throw out just, the way the geography happens to be right now, we could actually have our chair, our vice chair, and our BHEC rep in person, and only the chair has to travel because the other 2 of us are local and there's no expense to that. So if there could be a place where even 3 of us could be in person and everybody else online, and they don't have to travel here, we're already in town. If that makes it a better fit, I'm happy to come downtown. And I'm sure I won't speak for Mr. Francis, but it's not as big a drive for him either.
And I would say the same, that if Chair Merchant, it just needs a representative, not to chair the meeting. I mean, that's her prerogative, but if she just needs a representative, you have people in the Austin area that can sub for physically being in the office to save you that time, especially if it's just a day meeting like these Friday meetings are.
She would actually have to cede the chair function to whoever that individual is. I think she could do that. She could assign it to somebody, but because that's essentially what you do if she misses and whoever the vice chair is takes over. But we would have to have a formal assignment.
I'm actually looking forward to getting out of Abilene. So yeah.
Road trip.
Yeah.
One point of clarification with this is that the next meeting, Chairman Merchant's going to be in Austin. We can be remote. What about the attendees? Can they also continue the Zoom remote, or are they going to need to show up in Austin?
Again, that depends on the facility where we have this thing. If we can keep doing it where I can have access to our Zoom account and Sarah and I can control this like we're doing here today, I don't, no offense, public, but I don't want y'all here. I don't want to see your pretty smiling faces. Y'all stay at home and y'all jump online. Because candidly, if we have to do it where she's the only one here in the office and we have to make it open to the public, I'm only going to have like 3 chairs there, because our room is so small where she's going to be. We're just not going to cram pack it. So yeah, I mean, we can do that. Now, where it gets tricky is if, say, we get a room over, I would say at the Capitol, but there's going to be a special session going on over there, so that's out. I've already checked with TDLR on some stuff, and their advisory boards are ramping back up, so it's going to get real tricky over there. My point being is if we're in a place where I don't have control over the cameras and the tech, it becomes a little more difficult to. I don't know how to use our Zoom with say the camera system and mic system set up over at the legislature, and I don't know if they provide a techie to run that stuff during the meetings, and if they do, how do I get copies of the recordings so I can put on our website? Just a bunch of little logistical ticky-tack stuff like that is difficult to manage.
Good, thank you.
Okay, any further questions for Director Spinks?
Just as a point of clarification, when I was looking at the agenda, I was really confused, and thank you, Mrs. Fasholtz, for clarifying the difference between item 15 and item 18, because I wasn't familiar with what the new titles are. So I'm wondering if, just for clarification, if we include 15 again, that it's a BHEC Executive Director report, and then under 18, it would say report from, TSE MFT Board Administrator, so that it's just clear.
I don't remember. I think probably the reason my report was on here because I'd asked Sarah to put it on here for that's my fault, some reason or another. But I don't know that y'all need to hear from me every meeting, to be honest with you. I mean, if you're on a particular issue, you could call me in on that, but I don't, because I mean, George and Janine can tell you they see the same thing I do at the council meeting, so y'all don't need to hear from me.
Well, but we do like seeing your smiling face. It's there. It's rich. It's good.
You're one of the only ones that likes to see it.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Spinks? Okay, then next is my report from the board chair. I really don't have a whole lot to say. I guess in terms of presentations, in April, I did do a presentation to Texas Women's University, and then I did another presentation in May at the TAMFT student conference, and both of those were just on licensure. We do have a couple of presentations coming up to the Texas Counseling Association in November, and I believe we have on that, we have Dr. Elder, Ms. Smith, and Dr. Barty, is that correct? Okay, cool. Yep. So those 3 will be presenting at TCA in November. AMFTRB is going to be meeting virtually again this year, which I'll be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed about because I really like to travel. So anyways, but AMFTRB is meeting virtually again. They just recently completed a job task analysis survey, which is essentially, it's a survey they send out to a sample of MFTs and just try to understand kind of what, our profession is about. And they use it to shape the AMFTRB exam. And so I'm looking forward to hearing the results of that at the AMFTRB meeting. They also released, and this is something I sent to y'all, a telehealth survey that found that 8 of 24 states have reported complaints related to telehealth since the start of the pandemic. And the lack of telehealth training and then just kind of general unprofessionalism are kind of the 2 main issues behind those complaints. And so I do know, based on the number of requests that I get at ACU to distribute surveys related to telehealth, I do think there's a ton of research right now that is happening related to telehealth. And so I think I'm going to try to continue to monitor some of that just to see kind of what that research is saying, especially in terms of ethics and training and those kinds of things, just to see if there's any changes that we need to make to our rules in the future. So let's see here. What else? Hang on, I lost my notes. Where'd my notes go? There they go. AMFTRB also recently drew attention to a case out of Washington, D.C., in which the Institute of Justice filed a lawsuit on behalf of an LPC wanting to practice across state lines. The Institute of Justice is basically strongly opposed to any kind of government regulation. And so they are a party to kind of suits like this on a pretty regular basis. Anyways, I'm hoping that CLEAR is also going to be virtual this year, and I'm hoping to attend that as well. And I'm really hoping that at CLEAR we'll learn more about kind of what is happening in this case. Let's see here. Next thing is that TAMFT this year is going to be on April 8th. And so that is one of the reasons why y'all should have gotten an email from Sarah about changing the date of our April meeting, because it is also on April 8th. And I know that I'll be at TAMFT with my students. Usually I present at TAMFT. I assume that usually I run into Dr. Elder and Ms. Smith and Dr. Barty at TAMFT. So I'm assuming that most of us will probably want to be in attendance there. And so if you have not responded to Sarah about which day works better for you, April 1st or April 29th, please respond so that way we can get our April board meeting set. Otherwise, that's really all I have for my board report. Just for my report, I'll just say that I am super pleased with staff and the work they are doing to just speed up complaints, to speed up the licensure process, to provide great customer service to our licensees. I am getting way fewer complaints from just like random people emailing me. I know I used to, when we first moved to BHEC, I was getting probably 3 or 4 a week. Now I get maybe 1 a month. And so I just feel like that speaks to just the hard work that staff is putting into, I think it just speaks to their hard work and dedication. And so I'm just really grateful for all that staff is doing. And I'm grateful for the way that Daryl is leading this board and leading, BHEC. And anyways, I just feel like we're doing good work. And so kudos to everybody. And that's it. Any questions or comments for me? Okay. Then we will move on to the next agenda item, which is a report from the board delegates to BHEC. So Ms. Smith, Mr. Francis.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Francis.
No, you started speaking first, ladies first. And in all honesty, I don't have my right notebook with me, so I'm going to go from memory, and you have written notes in front of you, so please.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Our last BHEC meeting was on May 4th. We are the luckiest board because the way that our meetings fall, everything that we decide gets adopted, and then we're able to move a lot faster. Our next board meeting is August the 24th. And most of everything that concerned us, we really have already gone over. There is a lot of information that's coming from having to work with the social work and what is happening with the issue that Director Spinks has already talked to us about. So everything that I was going to report on, we've already actually covered earlier. So that's great. I think one of the most exciting things that BHEC is currently undertaking is that in May, it was decided to put together a standardization committee between all the 4 disciplines. So that was enacted and we've already begun meeting. I'm on that. And while I do not have as much institutional knowledge from this board, I have been reaching out to our past chairwoman for questions and what are you seeing? And I have a lot of institutional knowledge for BHEC and helping to create that, but I don't have as much for this board. So I'm so happy that she is willing to give me some sideline advice and answer questions. And of course, Mr. Francis does have the institutional knowledge that we need. So we are really looking at, between all 4 disciplines, what do we still keep that remains us, that makes our license so unique, so valuable, and even though I'm dually licensed, the best. And then what can we do that can help speed up different processes, cause it to be easier for our licensees as well as people that are looking. And I wanted to really give a shout out to Ms. Fesshold. I had been getting a lot of complaints from licensees that they can't even get through. They can't get through on the phone. They can't get through on the phone. And when I have been calling the 800 number, VHEC was actually not listed there. It still said Texas Association of Psychologists. VHEC was not listed to leave a complaint. And so when that was brought to the staff's attention, they corrected it. And now when you go to the 800 number for a complaint, it actually says Behavioral Health Executive Council. So thank you for getting on that so quickly. And that has made a big difference to people feeling like, okay, this is really official. So I really appreciate you handling that so quickly and so expediently. I think one of my biggest questions that I have for you guys, what would you like to hear that happens? I mean, obviously I'm going to touch on these high points, but since we're sitting there and we're listening to every single boards, what is it that you guys would like to be brought back from these meetings that you're interested in and that you would like to hear? Because I want to make sure I'm serving you guys as well as our licensees in sitting on there. And Mr. Francis, I will hand it over to you as well on information that you think is important.
Janine, could you give us? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please, Chair.
Sorry, I was just going to answer Ms. Smith's question. I'm curious, what would be something that maybe you would hear in the BHEC meeting that would maybe make you wonder, should I tell them about this or should I not tell them about this?
Well, for instance, do you want to hear about what was happening with the social workers and the Attorney General opinion and how that could end up bleeding over to us? Do you want to hear when the LPC is, deciding on something? What is it that you guys would like? Do you want to just hear about things that apply to our license? Do you want to hear, of course, we'll be presenting from the standardization committee, hey, we'd like to make these changes. This is what the other boards do, or the other boards are making changes because how we do it is better. So I just want to make sure that what is being reported is timely and informational for you guys as well.
Go ahead, Dr. Elder.
Personally, I think we're in a unique position to learn from each other as member boards because of the standardization work group and just because of the framework of BHEC in general. And something I'm interested in is if you see a process or a new rule being adopted by another board and you think, wow, that could really seems to be working well, it could really benefit our licensees. And I want to hear about that. And it doesn't mean we have to adopt it. It just means I think it would be great for us to consider it. And I think that I really like what you said about maintaining our unique identities while also streamlining processes. So I would love to hear about ways that we could streamline, maybe adopt some unique or innovative ways of doing things while also here's a way that we can be unique as MFTs. So because I want us to maintain that independence and separate licensure.
Thank you. That's helpful. That's helpful. I will let you know that a lot of what was being discussed over the last, the first one that we met was dealing with things that really are not in an MFT wheelhouse as much. It was things that psychologists are dealing with as far as court issues. And so some of these things are going to be applicable. Some of these things are not. We still want to make it to where it's open and accessible for our licensees as well. But that's an example. We spent a lot of time discussing that issue, which affects our licensees a very, very small amount compared to the psychology licensees. And Executive Director Spinks, if you have more that you want to talk about the standardization committee, please chime in.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever kind of delved off into anything like this. So, I think everybody kind of better settle in. I think it's going to be a very long project, but oddly, and I said that whenever we first launched the thing, and here I'm saying it again, but I think you're also about to see one of the first rule changes come out of that committee to the council. It's probably going to be at the August board meeting. Would be my guess, and it has to do with kind of the court-ordered therapy is really what it surrounds. So I think it's, maybe I'm a nerd, but I think it's pretty interesting to watch the four professions kind of argue and debate these things. I don't know. I kind of like to see that, because I watch y'all get in there and y'all get to jockeying around about, well, this is how we do it. And, sometimes you're going to hear people say, well, I don't like how we do it, or I think that would be a good way to do it. I just like to hear those discussions. If for no other reason, it helps staff kind of understand how y'all think too. It's a really good insight into how, and I'm not talking about you individually, but how as a profession you view things, which is important for us. And candidly, that's one of the reasons why I like to see y'all debate rule changes too, when y'all are in these meetings, is because I get an insight into how you're thinking, how you're viewing it, and that helps shape our interpretation of it whenever we have stuff come up. So that's kind of a side benefit to it as far as that, but
I will tell you, I think it's very interesting when BHEC was being created, and I served as the MFT framework person to help create, and would sit in with the other association executive directors to frame what ours was, and then testify, felt like a million times, and try to get support for this. And it was being very much no from the psychologists. They would not bend, they would not, it was just a flat no. They didn't want to have this done. They wanted to be separate. If we wanted to do it, that was fine. The psychologist had zero interest in this, and they were vehement in their approach. And so I think it has been really interesting to now be sitting at the same table with those same people that I would sit in front of the bench, in front of the committees at the legislature to argue for it, and the willingness to now work within this process and how to create this process to make it be a governing body that functions well, upholds each license individuality. We fought really hard that we would still have the ability to be an independent rulemaking body for each license for the creation of BHEC. And it's been very interesting in their ability and everybody's ability to compromise and to collaborate on this. And as you guys probably have already told, I'm pretty outspoken, and there are hills I am going to die on, because I'm like, no. And Daryl already knows this about me, so I'm happy to collaborate. But there are certain things that's going to be like, yeah, y'all gonna have to play my way. So,
well, that's a good thing.
It's been fun. It's been fun.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing, Madam Chair. I think what Ms. Smith is saying is sometimes you have to go it alone. You have to do it because it's a matter of principles. Because there comes a time when silence is truly betrayal. I think, and from my perspective, to answer your question, thank you, Madam Chair, for offering us this opportunity. Number one, I think it's a triple uniqueness. One, that you, Ms. Smith, are a practitioner, and that you, Mr. Francis, are a general member, and yet you've been with this board long enough to comprehend what the expectations are. I think that's unique in itself. Number two, I think the uniqueness of LMFT being part psychology, part social work, but at the same time, its claim to fame is family therapy. And so I think those both are very unique. And the third is that you have an opportunity to sit with people who don't have our experiences, and yet they have to learn from them in spite of their initial off-puttenness, as it were. And I think to answer your question specifically, I'm not interested in hearing every nook and cranny of what happened on those board meetings or the council. That's why you're there, you and Mr. Francis are there. But I think what would be good for this board to hear are the trends. What are the trends? And what trends together differently, and that would make us interested in hearing what the trends are. For example, today that Mr. Spinks brought about the idea of the this statute and all that. How do we handle that? And how do we as a board handle that? What is our expectation as LMFT board and all that? And then the uniqueness about the exam. You know, do you do it at the front end or the back end? And if you don't understand that, how do you corroborate people actually being the person taking the exam? Whatever end of the spectrum you do it, we need to know integrity wise that's important, because if I refer someone to Dr. Skoma as a pastor, I need to know, number one, I'm not just going to arbitrarily do it. I'm going to know Dr. Skoma enough to say, basically in the military, we call it continuity of care. Dr. Skoma, I'm presenting John and Mary, whoever they are, because they're in Austin, I'm not there, you are there. And as a result, I'm entrusting you a sacred trust to take care of these people. So I think we carry the weight of that. And I think we have to help people to understand we carry the weight of families, which impacts the great state of Texas, not only now, but in the future. And who knows, because of what we may do today, they may become one of us tomorrow. So with that, are you?
Thank you, Chaplain.
I'd add two things quick to what Dr. Elder and Chaplain Stogman said. I think those are good suggestions. A couple things from me. One is what I tell my, I do premarital counseling for couples, and I give them homework where they go and compare their expectation lists. And I say, I don't need to hear all of them, but tell me the ones you fought over. That's where the interesting stuff is. So tell me where the fights were. That's interesting. And then number two, like this dynamic with the Attorney General's opinion, if I'm gonna read about it in the newspaper, see it on Twitter, I'd like to hear about that too. So those things as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I will just tell you as kind of an unofficial policy that I have, and I think Sarah's probably the same way, is if we're going to show up in the news anywhere and I see about it, that will be forwarded to all of you so that you know you don't get blindsided by that. So that's, I wouldn't want that. So I'm not going to do that to you.
And George, Mr. Francis, did you have anything you wanted to add? Because I don't want to take up the whole time.
No, you're doing great. I would add two things to this. One, first, speaking about what you spoke about with the standardization committee, I think that's probably one of the largest things that's being taken on by this body. And I think it's one of the most important things, because if you think about the trust that's been put into our hands about protecting our stakeholders, we can brute force it and use large efforts and a huge number of resources, or we can do it in a more efficient manner. And that standardization committee is a way to get to a more efficient manner, which is one of the things that I truly like about this body, and hearing things that are going right with the other organizations and things that didn't go right with the other organizations. Hearing about the social workers backlog and understanding how they got there and what could be done differently, and to make sure that we don't get into the same situation. Well, now it's all put together, but that to me is one of the biggest things about this particular committee, the efficiency that it's run. I love the numbers that are being generated, and I love seeing more numbers that are generated, because the numbers tell the story about what's happening and about why this body was put together. I mean, the body was put together to fix some of the common issues that were being seen. And you can only understand the progress that's being made through the analysis of the numbers and looking at the data to see what is happening now versus what's happening then. As I was saying earlier, with the kudos in this particular team, is that we saw the numbers haven't been this way since 2018, 2019. Something's going right. But how do we qualify and quantify what's going right so that it's sustainable and repeatable? And I think that's really, for me, a large component of the BHEC committee. How do we identify things that have gone right in other teams that we might be able to apply to MFT, or MFT might be able to provide to the other boards? So I look at it and I find it hard to believe that Janine can be more outspoken than me, because I'm pretty darn outspoken. But to me, it's always about the numbers and looking at, are we doing the job for the stakeholders? Are we able to provide a better customer experience than what was there previously? And if we don't do that, I don't know that we have a purpose, but that's what I like to talk about. And that's what I like to understand. So when we do rules, it's about the customer. Does this make it better or faster? And I really I love the maturity that I'm seeing over the years here. And really, Jennifer did such a great job with it. Like the rules that we started to make it more efficient, and what you brought up today, Mr. Spinks, about it makes more sense for them to take the test first than for us to go through all the paperwork only to have someone take the test and fail. And now we've wasted staff's time processing it, right? So it's a benefit to our end user customer, but at the same time, it maintains the safety for our stakeholders. So that to me is what it's about, just at a larger level with more experiences coming in and having a bigger discussion. But you said everything that happened at the meeting. Thank you for that. But really the committee on standardization, that's going to be huge. So
I agree. The other thing that I want us to always keep in mind with BHEC, and I know I'm banging a big drum here, is that before the concept of BHEC, we were all about to get through sunsetted, regulated into TDLR. And more importantly to me, none of the 4 licenses actually really talked with each other. We didn't really, unless you had a dual license, you had no idea how another group was doing it, right? There was a lot more territorial, a lot more infighting. And through this process, not only have we been able to serve Texas, who has a dismal record on mental health provisions, and I love my state, and it's kind of like a family thing. I have a crappy brother and I can talk about him, but don't you say a word about him. Okay? There are some things that are not great in our state, but don't you come from outside and tell me. I can tell you, but you can't tell me.
And we say amen on that.
Yeah, so the whole creation of BHEC was also to not only give us a collaborative voice, but to actually give us a frickin' voice at the Capitol. Remember, before BHEC, we were not a line item in a budget. All of our licensing fees went to the general fund, and we had so all of our boards were having to operate on a shoestring. So no wonder there was a lot of backlog. So you're right. My biggest thing in this is to make sure BHEC works, to make sure we still have that voice at the Capitol, to make sure we are allotted our licensing funds, because I don't think it's fair that I pay for licensing fees and they go someplace else and they don't work for me and they don't work for the people I'm trying to help. Yes, that, can you tell I got heated? So I'm off my soapbox now, but that's the whole beauty of BHEC.
And Janine, that's why you're absolutely perfect in that role. So I think, anyways, I'm so glad to have both you and George representing us on BHEC. I think you both do an absolutely tremendous, fantastic, excellent, amazing job. And I appreciate that there are things that you will die for. There are hills you will die on, Janine, and there's hills that you will die on, George. And I appreciate that very much. So thank you both so much for your work. Okay. Any other questions or comments related to this item? Okay, then let's move on to report from the board administrator. Sarah, that's you.
Thank you. So I have in your meeting materials some information about the requests that I've been getting for non-Texas license holders who wish to provide teletherapy to their clients who are physically in Texas. I had a sharp increase in those inquiries through the end of June. So far in July, and we're 3/4 of the way through it, that's tapered off. So it was of a concern on my end, not so much the people who are asking the question, but how many people aren't asking and are simply providing teletherapy. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And that's been put in the public materials that are posted with this agenda on our website. So it's my little public service announcement to the world out there as well. So that has tapered off a bit in July. So hopefully that understanding that a Texas license is required is gaining some ground out in the world. Wanted to mention we announced that MFT approved supervisor applications must be submitted online after August 1. So that's been announced. So just wanted to remind people about that. We've already talked about the end of the suspension of certain provisions of the Open Meeting Act. And I did receive a quorum of respondents about alternate date for April 8th. And a quorum responded that either date is good. I have a couple more responses to look at, whether they prefer April 1st or April 29th. So let me look at those, and I'll send you an email after this meeting to confirm that changed date, and I'll post that on our website as well.
Thank you.
Of course,
That
we'd be
concludes-
fools to meet on April 1st.
I'm sorry.
So of
We'd
course,
be a
we'd be fools to meet on April 1st. Just kidding.
Well, won't be the first time. But thank you very much. So if you have any questions of me, I'd be happy to answer them now. Otherwise, that concludes my report.
Mrs. Fassholz, I just want to say thank you for informing us of the uptick in inquiries regarding telehealth practice across state lines in particular. I just want to go on record for the public who may be listening, is that those rules are in statute, and that is not something that this board has the power to change. So if, as members of the public or individual board members, you deem that an important change to our laws, then that would be something you could contact your legislature about.
And I neglected to report, I was instructed to provide revised and a new question to the vendor for the jurisprudence exam, and the vendor reported yesterday that those have been implemented. So that's been updated since that professional development committee meeting. Thank you very much.
And I just want to go on record as saying, Ms. Fassholz, I know I said this to you via email, but I just want everyone to hear and laud your efforts that in our previous board meeting, we discussed adding some wording to the JP exam to clarify that our JP exam only applies to MFT CEs. And Ms. Fassholz quickly added that. And then there has also been, thank you, Mr. Spinks, added to each board's website a link to the consolidated rule books. So we just discussed it and poof, it happened because they're so efficient. So thank y'all for getting that done.
I'll take credit, but I don't remember having anything to do with that.
So I do have a question. I'm not sure if it's for you, Ms. Fassholz, or maybe it's for Mr. Spear or Mr. Spinks, but I know that some of the other boards, I think LPC in particular, they have where the supervisor now does all, like it's all, they have a supervisor's portal. Is there any word on if we will ever have an MFT supervisor's portal or kind of a timeline for that?
Tim, they're getting it, aren't they? If it isn't already in play.
Yes, we are working on the portal for them as well. Right now, they have the ability to apply to be a supervisor online. That was the first step. We're in development on getting the remainder of it up. I believe there was recently a fix that was done on the original LPC one regarding some of the history, some of the saving of data. And so as that stuff gets resolved, we'll be ramping it up for the for MFT and social work.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions regarding agenda item 18? Okay, then we'll move on to number 19, which is discussion and possible action regarding future priorities and activities of the board. So are there any other priorities or activities that members would like for the board to address?
I have one, Madam Chair, and I don't know which committee I would like to take this up, but I would like for us to continue to look at our rules around CEs and around CEU providers. I don't know which committee that falls under, but that seems to be a, that's going to be coming up in standardization. And I'd like for us to take a look at what are we asking for? How are we tracking this? How are we tracking to provide? All that. I'd like for us to take another hard look at that.
If we're talking about CE providers, that would fall under,
Professional development.
say that again, yeah, Professional Development Committee.
So you could either look at it with, from professional development or from rules.
Yeah, I don't care who looks at it. I would just like us to take another look, and whenever you let us know what committee's going to do that, then I can email them my thoughts and what I see from others and concerns that might be out there.
Janine, are you on the Rules Committee?
I really wish you hadn't asked me that because I don't know.
I think you are. I think you're on, but I'm not positive. I'd have to go back and look as well.
Yeah, whatever committee I'm on, all I know is we haven't met. So that's all I know.
That must be my committee then, because every other committee's met except for rules. So you now know which committee you're on.
Okay,
I'm
then
on the
let's,
rules committee, and I too would like to take a look at that. So if you want to slide it over to the rules committee, I'd be very
do
happy.
that. Okay, then.
I'll get the meeting up.
Perfect. Okay, any other activities of the board? Okay, then let's move on to public comment.
So as we get into public comment, I'd just like to read a little bit. If you've joined the meeting by computer, please use the raise your hand feature to indicate you would like to provide public comment. Those who raise a hand will then be unmuted to give public comment. After all those who raised a hand have been given an opportunity to provide public comment, staff will call upon and unmute those who have joined the meeting by telephone. When providing public comment, please identify yourself and whether you are speaking individually or on behalf of an organization. All public comments will be limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise directed by the presiding officer. So. Ms. Bermander, you have public comment?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. Thank you. I am Pamela Bermander. I am a licensed marriage and family therapist and supervisor for Texas. And I am also a member of the Christian Counselors of Texas Governmental Liaison CE Committee. And I, again, wanted to express appreciation for all that the board and the staff is doing, especially during very uncertain times, with coincidence, again, of we're establishing a new entity, which seems to be something very beneficial for the members of the state of Texas with regard to the BHEC and all the challenges that come with that. Adding on top of that a pandemic that falls right in the middle, and as we still have ongoing repercussions. I continue to be impressed with the level of detail and diligence that the board members take for each of these areas that come up that affect the licensure of those who you are managing, but also protecting, in that balance, protecting the citizens of the state of Texas. Again, I thank you all for your diligent efforts and your service. And also especially appreciate, Mr. Spinks, how you had shared today what a summary encapsulating everything that has happened with the turmoil regarding the social work rules and what some of those implications are. So again, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bermander. I see no other attendee with a raised hand, but there is a caller. Caller, do you have public comment? Caller, do you have public comment? If so, please identify yourself and provide your comment.
*6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I don't have any public comments. This is Jennifer Smotherman. Thank you guys for your work today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we wish your daughter luck on her tennis tryout today.
Yes, it sounded like it was playtime.
That appears to conclude public comment.
Okay, then moving on to number 21, announcements and comments not requiring board actions, such as statements regarding conferences or other recent or upcoming events. Do we have any announcements? Okay.
I will be presenting at the Christian Counselors. It was rescheduled from the spring, and it's going to be in San Marcos. Christian Counselors Texas Conference coming up next month. TCA is already mentioned. TAMFT, hopefully.
Okay, good deal. Okie dokie. Then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn.
Do I have
And
a
I
second?
second that.
Okay, then the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all so very, very much for your
Aye.
time and attention today.
Bye now.